Please be seated. Sorry. That was a stretch break as well. Thank you. Lions, Leos, dignitaries, and friends, welcome to the Lions Day with the United Nations in Nairobi, Kenya. I am past District Governor Shazan Luhar, the Lions International Appointed Representative to the United Nations Office at Nairobi, and the Lions Day with the United Nations event chairperson, and I'm privileged to serve as the Director of Ceremonies for today's event. Now, before we begin, I would like to invite the Sarakasi group for their performance to welcome you all to the beautiful country of Kenya and to give you a taste of our rich culture and music.
Okay, we are going to present a dance from north part of Kenya, northern eastern, from the Borana community. Enjoy the music from Kenya Cultural Dance Group called Tarumbeta Africa. Aleyo, 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 aleyo. Jerina, Jerina, Fade, Todi, Jerina, Jerina, Fade, Todi, Ole Yore, oh yeah, Ole Yore, Ole, Afamora, Reva, Afamora, Afamora, Maliti, Afamora, Ole Yore, oh yeah. Ole yore, oh yeah. Afamora, reba, afamora na. Afamora, maliti, afamora na. Derina, Derina, Fadi, Jori, Yadu fe na daga, Gariadu fe na daga, Tiedu fe na daga. Saire, oh Saire, oh Saire. Nale tioli gumba, nale tioli gumba, gumba. Wa nale tioli gumba. Bana dagaya patile, dagaya patile, bana le tioli gumba, bana le tioli gumba. Aleyo, 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 aleyo. Kaka aleyo, aleyo, kaka aleyo, aleyo, kaka aleyo, 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 aleyo. Nale tiole kumba, wana dagaya patile, wana dagaya patile, ligumba, wana tiole kumba. Ana leti ole gumba. Ana daga ya patile. Ana daga ya patile. Na leti ole gumba. Daga ya patile. Daga ya patile. Ligumba. Ana leti ole gumba. Aleti ole gumba. Daga ya patile. Daga ya patile. Bana daga ya patile. Bana daga ya patile. Ligumba. Aleti ole gumba. Na daga ya patile. Ligumba. Ema. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this. There is more to come before we conclude our session this afternoon. We do have simultaneous interpretation, and we have French in channel 2 and English in channel 1. You have the headsets on your respective tables. So please, if you need any translation into French or English, you can use your headsets. Thank you. Let's continue today's exciting program with a special video.
I believe that no matter how technology evolves, we will still serve our fellow members of society with personal interactions.
The future of service lies in collaboration, innovation, and compassion.
The heart of service will always be human connection, empathy, and a desire to uplift communities.
The future of service must be determined by those in need.
The future of service organizations will depend on how well we can listen.
In my opinion, the future of service is inclusiveness.
The future of service is to serve everyone, regardless of race, religion, color, creed, or sexual orientation.
We still need one-on-one communication.
Our motto is, we serve, and that is a face-to-face, person-to-person contact.
The future of Lions depends on each and every one of us getting out and showing what we are about.
Heartily dedicated to service.
Greetings. Yes, please. Greetings and welcome to the Lions Day with the United Nations here at the United Nations office of Nairobi, where we will explore, among many others, the great question, what is the future of service? We have several esteemed guests with us here, including the UNON Director General, Madam Zainab Hawa Bangura, and the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Dr. Stephen Jackson. With us today, we have several Lion leaders from around the world. First, I'm honored to introduce Lions International President Fabricio Oliveira and his lovely spouse, Amariles, all the way from Brazil. Next, please welcome immediate past International President and LCIF Chairperson, Dr. Patty Hill, and her partner in service, Lion Greg Holmes, all the way from Canada. From here in Kenya, please welcome our International Third Vice President, Dr. Manoj Shah, and his wife, Jaina Shah. From Michigan, USA, LCIF Board Trustee, past International Director Jennifer Ware, and her partner in service, Jeffrey Ware. Past International Directors, Samir Abu Samra and his partner in service, Lion Huda, all the way from Lebanon. Dr. Ahmed Salim and his partner in service, Lion Hanem from Egypt. I would also like to welcome our international appointed representatives to the United Nations. Please stand as you are recognized. Past International Director Daniel Isenrich, representative to the United Nations Commission for Refugees. Past District Governor Jiza Chaudhry, representative to the United Nations Environment Programme. Past District Governor Dr. Manilal Dodia, representative to the United Nations Office at Nairobi. Leo Ishan Sudan, representative to the United Nations Environment Programme. I would also like to acknowledge my partner in service, Lion Mizban, for all that she does to support this event. And welcome to all the attendees, Lions, Leos, and guests. We are so happy to have you all here with us today. We were last here at the UNON for the Lions Day with the United Nations in 2023. This year, the LDUN events are taking place in 3 UN cities around the world. Nairobi is honored to be the first of these locations. Established in 1996, the United Nations Office at Nairobi, or UNON, is one of the 4 major UN cities in the world. The 3 others being the United Nations Office at Geneva, the United Nations Office at Vienna, Austria, and of course the United Nations headquarters in New York City, USA, where next month the second LDUA event of this Lions Year will be held. The third and final LDUN event will take place in Geneva in April this year. Each of these events will be unique, but we will all share the same theme, the future of service. I'm sure you've all noticed the lush greenery all around us. The 3rd largest UN facility in the world, these 140 acres were provided by the Kenyan government, and it's populated with hundreds of indigenous trees and plant species. This compound is the main headquarters for the UN Habitat and UN Environment Programme. In addition to its beautiful landscape and state-of-the-art conference facilities, UNON is also home to the Green Building, which is part of the UN Greening the Blue initiative. This is truly an impressive place, and we have an impressive program for all of you today. But before we begin this morning's session, I have a couple of announcements. Today, as you post your photos and thoughts on social media, please use the hashtag LDUN so that everyone can see them. Also, you will notice that we are shooting video and photos of today's event. LCI will share some of this footage and photos on our LCI's social media outlets, lionsclubs.org and elsewhere. So please make sure you check it out. The event is also being streamed live. You can ask your friends at home to watch this particular session on webtv.un.org. Once again, webtv.un.org. Community and humanitarian service is nothing new for Lions and the United Nations. This year, Lions and the United Nations are celebrating the 80th year of our partnership. Since 1945, we have worked together to improve lives and communities around the world. Here in Nairobi, we are grateful for the ways this global partnership stretches across borders and continents. There are so many different teams that support our gatherings, and still more who come from far and wide to participate. Let's join our friends and colleagues across this year's event by making the most of our time together here in Nairobi. While our annual LDUN events are unified around a shared theme, they also reflect the diversity of the event locations. Today, we have a unique array of speakers to guide us and inspire us. Our hope is that when you leave here today with the information and inspiration so that you can make a difference in your communities. And with that, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Director General UNON, Zainab Hawa Bangura. Ms. Bangura, a relentless advocate for conflict resolution and reconciliation and human rights champion, and most recently, Special Representative to the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict from 2012 to 2017. She began her United Nations career in the United Nations mission in Liberia, where she was responsible for the management of the largest civilian component of the mission, including promoting capacity building of government institutions and community reconciliation. She was Minister of Health and Sanitation and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation for the government of Sierra Leone. Ms. Bangura has also served as an executive director to the National Accountability Groups, as well as coordinator and co-founder of the Campaign for Good Governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the Director General.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Fabrizio Oliveira, Lions International President, Dr. Patricia Hill, Chairperson, Lions Club International Foundation, Mr. Manoj Shah, Lions International Third International Vice President, Mr. Shazan Luhar, Events Chairperson, Dr. Dans Naturinda, Council Chairperson, Dr. Moz Maji, District Governor, my brother and colleague and friend, Dr. Stephen Jackson, UN Resident Coordinator in Kenya, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, distinguished Lions and Leo, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonius Guterres, I am honored to welcome you once again to the United Nations Gigiri Complex to commemorate this momentous occasion of the 47th Annual Lions Day with the United Nations for 2025, LDUN 2025. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before such a distinguished gathering, united by common purpose to create a better world through service. Lion Clubs International was founded on the simple yet transformative idea that one individual, driven by service, can make a lasting difference in the world. The United Nations partnership with Lions International dates back many decades to the 1940s, when Lion leaders were called upon to help develop the NGO Charter for the United Nations. Today, LDUN theme, the future of service, is the thread that binds the 5 key pillars of service for lions that are vision, hunger, diabetes, cancer, and the environment. This theme holds profound significance for every person around the globe who believes in the power of kindness, compassion, and collective action. As we talk about service today, the United Nations recognizes the indelible prints that the lions and leos have left in their communities the world over, and is honored to continue partnering with Lions International towards positive change. Indeed, our relevance and ability to positively evolve as a global community is constantly challenged by the myriad crises springing up around the world, each more complex than the last, from climate change to global health crisis, political instability, and economic inequality, to name a few of the pressing concerns that demand our collective action and collective attention and action. As we look forward to the future, we must ask ourselves how we can continue to not only serve with relevance, impact, and innovation in a rapidly changing world, but also raise and mentor future generations to tackle these challenges in increasingly creative, innovative, solutions-oriented ways that benefit all of humanity and not just a privileged few. As technology continues to shape the way we communicate, work, and live, it becomes imperative as a people to harness this advancement to serve humanity more effectively. The future of service indeed lies in our ability to adapt, innovate, and collaborate across borders. We must embrace new tools, new ideas, and new partnerships to amplify the impact of our service. In this interconnected world, partnership and multilateral diplomacy becomes even more relevant in bridging gaps and better reaching the people we serve, understanding their needs, and working together to create lasting solutions. The future of service also lies in empowering the next generation of leaders. Young people today are more engaged and passionate than ever about making a difference. They are leading movements for social justice, climate action, and humanitarian relief. By inspiring and guiding youth, we ensure that the spirit of service continues to thrive for generations to come. As we look to the future, let us also remember the power of unity. The world appears to be teetering on a dangerous brink. Working together towards a common good and recognizing the right of dignity to each person are key. It is through cooperation and solidarity that we can together achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and create a future where no one is left behind. We thank you for your partnership and collaboration and urge you to mentor and forge next generation leaders to continue the work you have so valiantly undertaken over the decades. In conclusion, I'd like to wish you very fruitful deliberation and a very successful commemoration event. Thank you again for your service to humanity. Asante Sana.
Thank you so much, Director General, Madam Bangura. Our International President, Fabricio, would now like to present to you a small token of our appreciation for you being with us here today. Our next speaker is an extraordinary leader whose vision and example are helping to make an incredible impact, not just here in Kenya, but all around the world. Before we hear him, let's see how his leadership is helping lions and leos around the world to make their mark.
We're back with a dire situation affecting thousands.
A colossal humanitarian crisis, a growing climate disaster.
Is this how the world should be? Is this the best it can get? While the world seems indifferent, while so many may turn away, some don't.
Breaking news tonight. A massive natural disaster has struck the local area, sending shockwaves through the region.
Lions take action. We hold within us a vast potential, waiting to be released. Reaching beyond our comfort zones, we discover the true depth of our power. Lions don't stand by. We become proactive leaders of change, going above and beyond to touch lives. Lions and Leos don't walk away. We break down barriers.
The inclusion revolution.
It has helped to change society's attitudes toward people with intellectual disabilities.
O Lions Club chegou aqui para trazer toda uma ajuda necessária para esse pessoal.
Olá, pessoal!
We rise with resilience, never giving up on our mission to serve.
O que você achou? Nós somos super-heróis.
Bound by kindness and driven by the desire to create a better world, Lions are making our mark.
Please welcome our International President, Fabricio Oliveira.
Thank you, Chazan. Diretora-Geral da ONU em Nairobi, Zainab Bangura. Not with microphone. I think it's microphone, it's better. Because it's consecutive. Okay. Good morning. Let's start again. Diretora-Geral da ONU em Nairobi, Zainab Bangura.
Director General of the United Nations in Nairobi, Madame Zainab Bangura.
Dr. Stephen Jackson, coordenador representante da UNON.
Dr. Stephen Jackson, coordinator of the UNON.
Presidente de LCIF, Patty Hill.
Chairperson of LCIF, Dr. Patty Hill.
Terceiro vice-presidente de Lions Internacional, Manoj Shah.
Third Vice President of Lions International, Manoj Shah.
Presidente do Conselho do Distrito Múltiplo 411, Denis Natironda.
Council Chair of Multiple District 411, Denis Natironda.
Shazam Luha,
Shazam Muga,
coordenador deste evento,
who is the coordinator of this event,
líderes leões, Léos, convidados, amigos todos.
Lions leaders, Leos, guests, and friends.
Bem-vindos, representantes da Organização das Nações Unidas, líderes leões, leões e léos.
Welcome, representatives of the United Nations, Lion leaders, Leos, and guests.
É realmente uma honra estar aqui com vocês em Nairobi para o 47º Dia Anual do Lions junto à ONU.
It's truly an honor to be with you here in Nairobi for the 47th Annual Lions Day at the United Nations.
Este é um dia muito especial para os leões e léos.
This is a very special day for Lions and Leos.
Hoje estamos aqui unidos em torno do nosso compromisso com o serviço e com as comunidades e para celebrar o trabalho que realizamos como leões.
Today, we come together in our commitment to service and to our communities and to celebrate the work we have done as Lions.
Neste momento, devemos olhar para frente e pensar no futuro do serviço.
At this time, we must look forward to the future of service.
Mas também devemos olhar para trás, pois o futuro se baseia no passado.
But we must also look back because the future is based on the past.
Há mais de 100 anos, o nosso fundador Melvin Jones afirmou:
More than 100 years ago, our founder, Melvin Jones, said,
não se consegue ir muito longe se não começar a fazer algo pelo próximo.
You don't get very far until you start doing something for others.
Essa frase continua verdadeira até hoje e descreve a experiência das pessoas que prestam e recebem serviços.
That quote remains true today and describes the experience of those who provide and receive service.
Assim como ajudamos a definir o último século do serviço, os leões ajudarão a impulsionar o futuro do serviço.
Just as we help define the last century of service, Lions will help drive the future of service.
Então, o que o futuro nos reserva? O que o futuro requer de nós?
So what does the future hold? What does the future require of us?
Sabemos que a tecnologia e a inteligência artificial terão um papel muito importante.
We know that technology and AI will play a big role.
Sabemos que, à medida que o mundo muda e evolui, nós também temos que mudar.
We know that as the world changes and evolves, so must we.
Mas sabemos que uma coisa muito importante permanecerá a mesma.
But we know that one very important thing will remain the same.
A necessidade de nos conectarmos com as pessoas.
The need to connect with people.
As pessoas são realmente a essência do Lions.
People are truly the essence of Lions.
O nosso serviço continuará a ser uma experiência que se compartilha.
Our service will continue to be a shared experience.
Uma experiência compartilhada que une as pessoas.
A shared experience that brings people together.
Uma experiência compartilhada que conecta as pessoas e une todos nós.
A shared experience that connects people and unites us all.
Os leões continuarão cuidando uns dos outros e das nossas comunidades.
Lions will continue to care for each other and for our communities.
E os leões continuarão sendo muito importantes.
And lions will continue to be very important people in the world.
Basta olharmos para o ano passado para entendermos como isso ainda é verdade hoje.
Just look at the past year to see how true that still is today.
No ano passado, os leões da África realizaram cerca de 50 mil projetos e ajudaram quase 32 milhões de pessoas a terem uma vida mais feliz e saudável.
Last year, Lions in Africa completed nearly 50,000 projects and helped nearly 32 million people to have happier and healthier lives.
E os leões de todo o mundo prestaram serviço a mais de 500 milhões de pessoas, em média, nos últimos 2 anos. E nós queremos, em poucos anos, alcançar 1 bilhão de pessoas servidas anualmente.
And lions around the world have served more than 500 million people on average over the past 2 years, and we aim at reaching 1 billion people served annually within a few years.
O nosso serviço está transformando o futuro de milhões de pessoas neste exato momento.
Our service is transforming the future of millions of people right now.
E não teríamos conseguido fazer isso sem o apoio da nossa fundação global, LCIF.
And we couldn't do it without the support of our global foundation, LCIF.
Graças à generosidade dos leões, LCIF concedeu quase 47 milhões em subsídios no ano passado para apoiar os nossos serviços em todo o mundo.
Thanks to the generosity of Lions, LCIF awarded nearly $47 million in grants last year to support our services around the world.
Essa é a nossa natureza.
That's who we are,
E é assim que servimos.
and that's how we serve.
Nós, leões, vemos uma necessidade e a satisfazemos.
We Lions see a need, and we attend to that need.
Nós, leões, também encontramos desafios e os encaramos.
And Lions encounter challenges, and we go and meet the challenges.
Um dos maiores desafios que o mundo enfrenta atualmente é a saúde mental e o bem-estar das nossas comunidades.
One of the biggest challenges facing the world today is the mental health and well-being of our communities.
Estamos vivenciando uma epidemia mundial de solidão e isolamento, ansiedade e estresse.
We are experiencing a global epidemic of loneliness, isolation, anxiety, and stress.
A depressão é a principal causa de incapacidade em todo o mundo, afetando mais de 300 milhões de pessoas.
Depression is the leading cause of disability worldwide, affecting more than 300 million people.
As pessoas que sofrem de pobreza, violência, deficiência e desigualdade correm um risco maior de sofrer de problemas de saúde mental.
People who experience poverty, violence, disability, and inequality are at a greater risk of suffering from mental health problems.
Infelizmente, cerca de 700 mil pessoas morrem em decorrência de suicídio a cada ano.
Sadly, around 700,000 people die from suicide each year.
É evidente que há uma necessidade urgente de melhorar os serviços de saúde mental em todo o mundo.
It is clear that there is an urgent need to improve mental health services around the world.
É por isso que os leões estão se mobilizando para ajudar.
That is why Lions are stepping up to help.
Lançamos a nossa iniciativa da saúde mental e bem-estar no ano passado para ajudar a resolver o problema das comunidades por meio de conscientização, informação e defesa de causa.
We launched our new mental health and well-being initiative last year to help address the issues in communities through awareness, information, and advocacy.
Apesar de termos lançado a iniciativa no final de 2024, os leões ainda conseguiram realizar 5.000 projetos de saúde mental e bem-estar no ano passado.
Despite launching the initiative in late 2024, Lions still managed to complete 5,000 mental health and well-being projects last year.
Oferecemos musicoterapia para as pessoas em tratamento para a memória.
We provide music therapy for people undergoing memory therapy.
Iniciamos programa de yoga e meditação para reduzir o estresse.
We start a yoga and meditation program to reduce stress.
Proporcionamos check-ups e exames médicos para pessoas carentes.
We provide checkups and medical exams for people in need.
E claro, fizemos muito mais.
And we did much more.
A saúde mental e o bem-estar são questões tão importantes que a Organização Mundial da Saúde desenvolveu um plano de ação integral para a saúde mental que inclui cuidados, divulgação e prevenção voltados à comunidade.
Mental health and well-being are such important issues that the World Health Organization has developed a comprehensive mental health action plan that includes community-based care, outreach, and prevention.
As orientações dos nossos parceiros da ONU, inclusive da Organização Mundial de Saúde, ajudaram a moldar a nossa própria iniciativa para que possamos contribuir para que os leões e leos causem impacto nas comunidades.
Guidance from our UN partners, including the World Health Organization, has helped us shape our own initiatives so we can help lions and leos to make an impact in their communities.
Mas não são apenas as nossas comunidades que se beneficiam dos nossos serviços.
But it's not only our communities that benefit from our services.
Nós nos beneficiamos quando servimos.
We also benefit when we serve.
Estudos mostram que participar de organizações comunitárias e de voluntariar são duas maneiras de melhorar a nossa própria saúde mental e bem-estar.
Studies show that participating in community organizations and volunteering are two ways to improve our own mental health and well-being.
Como diz o ditado, copo vazio não derrama nada.
As the saying goes, an empty cup spills nothing.
O Lions oferece às pessoas um lugar para servir.
Lions gives people a place to serve.
Um lugar do qual se sintam parte.
A place to feel like they belong.
E um lugar para encher o copo.
And a place to fill their cup.
Enquanto continuamos trabalhando em direção à meta da missão 1.5 para atingirmos 1.5 milhão de associados,
as we continue to work towards our Mission 1.5 goal of having 1.5 million members,
vamos nos certificar de que os amigos e vizinhos saibam o quanto o serviço é valioso e benéfico para tanto para quem o presta e para quem o recebe.
Let's make sure our friends and neighbors know how valuable and beneficial service is to both the giver and the receiver.
Os clubes que construímos e fortalecemos hoje são investimento no futuro.
The clubs we build and strengthen today are an investment in the future.
Precisamos de mais leões e mais mãos que o futuro do serviço seja promissor.
We need more lions, more hands to ensure that the future of service is bright.
Que as pessoas necessitadas tenham a quem recorrer.
That people in need have someone to turn to.
Que as famílias não tenham que lutar sozinhas.
That families don't have to struggle alone.
Que sempre haverá uma mão solidária quando for necessário.
That's always going to be a helping hand when they need.
Essa é a conexão que proporcionamos entre as pessoas.
This is the connection we provide to people.
E é por isso que o nosso trabalho é tão importante.
And that's why our work is so important.
É por isso que vocês são tão importantes.
And that's why you are so important.
O espírito de voluntariado que compartilhamos será a fonte de inspiração que perdurará no futuro.
The spirit of service we share will be the source of inspiration that will endure for many years to come.
Portanto, vamos fazer mais que manter vivo o espírito de serviço no futuro.
So let's do more than keep the spirit of service alive in the future.
Vamos nos certificar de que ele prospere no futuro.
Let's make sure that spirit thrives in the future.
E vamos deixar a nossa marca e celebrarmos juntos.
And let's make our mark and celebrate together.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, International President Fabricio, for your inspiring words. We are grateful for your presence here with us today and your leadership and example to lions, Leos, and humanitarians around the world on how to make a mark. For more than 50 years, Lions Clubs International Foundation has been helping lions everywhere to serve their communities. In addition to helping our members serve in the areas of vision, diabetes, childhood cancer, the environment, and hunger, LCIF also focused on providing young people with opportunities to succeed in assisting lions in disaster relief efforts and supporting the wide variety of humanitarian efforts implemented and coordinated by the Lions. Here, to give us an update on our foundation is LCIF Chairperson Immediate Past International President Dr. Patty Hill. But before we hear from her, let's watch a short video about the ongoing work of LCIF.
With so many, it's easy to miss just one. Look closer. At Lions Clubs International Foundation, while our numbers tell a story, with nearly $1.3 billion in grants, 1.4 million Lions volunteers, in 200 countries and regions served, the most meaningful number is one. Like this one, and this one, and this one. LCIF's power is measured by one life forever changed by your donations. Like Daria from Romania, who learned how to manage diabetes at a summer camp. Rita from West Bengal, who enjoys the health benefits of cleaner water. Ivana from Ukraine, who found safety and security during a war. Dr. Summit from Nepal, who gained access to education through Sight First and helped others see their world in a new light. And Mercedes from Texas, who will begin to rebuild her life after a fire tore much of it down. Since 1968, LCIF has provided more than 20,000 grants totaling over $1 billion. Critical funds that empower Lions to expand their service and strengthen our humanitarian mission across Lions' global causes. But our true impact is understood on a far more personal level. Like families in Puerto Rico who were given nourishment after disaster struck. Yodying from Bangkok, who received much-needed eye surgery, gaining a new perspective on life. A student in El Salvador, who gained vital social-emotional skills from Lion's Quest, setting him on a path to success. And a child in sub-Saharan Africa, who received critical drugs and treatment to fight cancer. These are the true numbers behind every LCIF grant. The stories of one. Every day around the world, a person is hungry, cold, suffering. And LCIF grants provide much-needed support. Support that nourishes, warms, and comforts. When you donate to LCIF, 100% of your gift supports grants that expand our compassionate programs and empower Lions service around the world. Humanitarian service that impacts millions of lives. One person at a time.
Hello, Lions, Leos, and distinguished guests, and may I stand upon the protocol established. I'm Dr. Patty Hill, the immediate past international president of our great association, and I serve you this year as the chairperson of Lions Clubs International Foundation, or LCIF. I hope you enjoyed the video about our global foundation and the power the power that we have through service to change lives across the globe when our Lions and our Leos and our partners and our foundation work together. It's my pleasure to share more about LCIF. It is our only global foundation that serves us, that enhances our ability by giving grants, which in turn enhance our impact and expand our reach. Now, together, alongside LCIF, Lions and Leos are truly helping to shape the future of service and the future of our communities. And we're doing that by ensuring that our hands-on connection to people in our local regions continues to flourish. That's how we impact in our local regions. And furthermore, our commitment to supporting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals illustrates our dedication to creating a better world for everyone through service. LCIF grants and our programs, they enable us to make an even more meaningful change for people. And we do that serving people when and where they need us most. You know, since 1968, our foundation has awarded $1.3 billion of funding, $1.3 billion of good, $1.3 billion of expanded and enhanced service that enables us. It enables us to help more people whenever and wherever they need us the most. You know, together, we're tackling diabetes, preventable blindness, food insecurity. We're helping people in the wake of so many natural disasters. You know, they need us there as they begin to recover and to rebuild. And we're giving the world's youth the development of life skills that they need to succeed. This year, we are celebrating 40 years since our first grant supporting Lions Quest programming was awarded. Let's watch a short video highlighting our Lions Quest program's impact over the last 4 decades.
Every great journey begins with a quest, a search for something meaningful. For Rick Little, that quest began in 1975, the start of a journey to help young people develop the skills and character to succeed in life.
We couldn't imagine it would be the largest social and emotional learning program in the world. We couldn't imagine that, but we knew everybody needs this. This needs to go to scale. Somehow we have to find a way to get this into the hands of every school in the world. We have big, lofty dreams.
At the time, schools were focused only on academics, but educators realized that for students to be truly successful, they had to focus on the whole student, including their social-emotional needs. This led to the creation of the first of its kind curriculum, one dedicated to social and emotional learning, or SEL. Within a few years, this innovative program caught the attention of Lions Clubs International, the world's largest service organization, dedicated to improving communities globally.
The Lions Quest plan was so well laid out, made so much sense, and the teachers just picked up on it right away.
The students, they're learning more about themselves, self-awareness, and how to interact with their peers appropriately. They're learning to be proactive instead of reactive, and they're learning to respect others as they want to be respected.
Recognizing the strong alignment with its own mission, in 1984, Lions Club's International Foundation presented Quest the funding it needed to sustain it on its journey to help young people. The program was able to expand and adapt its SEL curriculum, promoting positive student behaviors and a greater connection to family, schools, and community. Thanks to Lions, in 1986, the program expanded internationally. Its focus on SEL set it apart from other youth programs.
We were the first to create such a comprehensive, systemic kind of a program for social and emotional learning, for character ed, for drug prevention, for service learning, and then all the different audiences that we are able to meet through these skill-building interventions.
Over the coming years, supported by Lions, Lions Quest grew stronger, wider, and more impactful, with a more holistic approach to education that spanned a continuum. The program's evidence and research-based curriculum proved its effectiveness.
Lions Quest is a program that creates leaders, and that is what we need. Leaders in industry, leaders in colleges, leaders in social circles.
I've never had the outcome with my kiddos that this has had. And I think it's a true testament as to the research behind it. The way that it's presented, it's logical. The students are thinking about their actions and their behaviors and how it affects not just themselves, but other people.
New programs, more countries, more languages. Growth presented new challenges for Lions Quest, but it was up to the task.
Our approach and how we deliver it obviously has had to change over time because education has changed and people have changed and kids have changed and school settings have changed, but the skills themselves are timeless.
As it celebrates the 40th anniversary of its first LCIF grant, and with over 300 more awarded since, Lions Quest has reached unimaginable heights. Yet, its journey continues. A new edition of the curriculum soon to be released, with its founding commitment, its quest to help children grow in a positive direction. Thanks to Lions, Lions Quest continues to change lives, shaping a positive future for students all over the world.
ODC for partnering with us to help us expand our Lions Quest impact. You know, the collaborative efforts between LCIF grants and programs and the service that Lions and Leos do in each of our communities truly exemplifies how global support translates really meaningfully into local action. This expands our collective impact. It allows us to fulfill our humanitarian mission to improve health and well-being, strengthen communities, and support people in need. In this fiscal year, to date, LCIF has awarded more than $28 million in grant funds to enhance our service. Yes, you can clap for that. And the diversity of this work. The funds have supported life-changing initiatives that I just mentioned, you know, vision, hunger, environment, disaster relief, youth, and our other humanitarian areas. And we further expand our impact through our work alongside our partner organizations, whose critical knowledge and their resources help us to implement on a larger scale the projects that bring about meaningful change. I had the opportunity this week to visit several partner projects, and I continue to be inspired by the progress we're making. Alongside our partners at Global Hope, we're helping to improve outcomes for children fighting cancer in sub-Saharan Africa. And our long-standing partnership with Special Olympics has helped to bring about tremendous impact worldwide for Special Olympics athletes and their families. Our joint efforts are helping to establish that inclusion is a mindset, and we see it in action. And then our joint efforts with the World Food Program are helping to alleviate food insecurity for those most in need. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't mention our long-standing partnership with the Carter Center, founded by the late former US President Jimmy Carter, a lion for more than 70 years. Yes, he was a lion at heart, and that partnership is helping to save sight for so many here in Africa and around the globe. So whether it's through the innovative projects implemented by our clubs and our districts, or when we work in collaboration with our amazing partners, all of these efforts illustrate our commitment to the future of service and to the very human connection, person to person, that we've been talking about today. None of this would be possible without the unwavering support of our Lions and our Leos and our partners and friends of LCIF. And I urge each of you to take away from this day that which moves you and to become a true ambassador for LCIF, advocating for the global change that we can achieve together. Through your personal contributions, your fundraisers, and your club donations to the foundation, you truly make a significant difference in the lives of people. It's the people we serve. It's the one whose life has changed. Remember to explore as well the variety of the grants. We are offering grants for our Lions and Leos, and these grant opportunities through LCIF can help your club, your district, your multiple district to enhance your service throughout your community. And that's why we are there, to support you with funding from our foundation. There are a few in the room who are not yet part of our Lions family, but I invite you to join our humanitarian mission, either by making a personal gift to our foundation or by learning more about how you can become a member, become part of this amazing force for good. Together, we are creating a brighter future. Despite dismal headlines, we are creating a brighter future for countless individuals around the world. And as we look ahead, we will continue to build upon the impact of our Leos, the impact of our Lions, our global foundation, and our partner organizations. We will continue to improve lives for the people we serve. And it's through these connections that we inspire one another. It's through these connections that we can share resources and foster a spirit of kindness, a spirit of generosity, this spirit of uniting the peoples of the world. I want to thank you for your commitment to making a positive difference in the world. Your efforts help to shape the future. Well, you will shape the future of service within your club. You will shape the future of service you decide to offer. And you will shape the impact of our international association. And we also need to stand together as a model of international cooperation for future generations, but we need to stand today as a model of international cooperation for our current generations. For more than 100 years, we have served humankind around the world, united as one. One association, one force for good. We serve. We serve regardless of gender, creed, faith, ethnicity, or nationality. We serve as an example of inclusion. We serve all peoples, regardless of their needs, or their abilities, or their race or ethnicity. We serve. And this year, we celebrate 100 years as serving for Knights of the Blind, right? We were challenged 100 years ago to be the Knights of the Blind. And so now it's my pleasure to introduce a very special guest committed to vision care, just as we are, a partner who stands with us as a Knight for the Blind. Many of you have heard about our Lions Sight for Kids program, and we co-founded that with our partner organization, Johnson & Johnson, more than 20 years ago. Recently, we were proud to announce that working together, Sight for Kids has reached out and improved the vision of more than 50 million children all around the world. However, we know that every year there are more children born and the work continues. There are more vision needs to address, and there is a growing need for access to eye healthcare services, and there is a growing need for a response to correcting the errors in vision that we find. Here in Kenya, right here, in the last decade, more than 654,000 children have been screened, and more than 12,000 pair of spectacles have been given to the children who needed them. That's outstanding service. Thank you, Lions, here in Kenya. So now, please help me welcome Anthony Gitau, Director of Global Community Impact in Sub-Saharan Africa. Please join us, our partner from Johnson & Johnson. Thank you, Anthony.
Fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our Director General. All right, my apologies. Thank you. Please stand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For a minute, I was worried that Shazan has become Anthony Gitau. Thank you, Dr. Hill, for the introduction. Our Director General for the UN at Nairobi, Dr. Zainab Hao Bangura, Fabricio Oliveira, President of the Lions Club International, Dr. Stephen Jackson, Director of the UN in Nairobi, and our partners, the Lions and Leos. It's really my pleasure on behalf of J&J to stand here and speak to this partnership that Dr. Hill has referenced. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of service is in partnership. In the African saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And despite the advancements that we've had in modern medicine, there are urgent and growing gaps in access to quality healthcare in far too many communities around the world. Poor eye health has reached monumental proportions. More than 2 billion people around the world suffer from visual impairment. because access to regular care remains difficult in many parts of the world. It is the world's most common disability, but also one of the easiest to treat. Uncorrected vision impairs people's socioeconomic status, deepening existing inequities. At Johnson & Johnson, we are committed to closing the gaps between communities and the care that they need. To that end, we focus on strengthening community-based health services and systems and enabling access to our medicines and technologies to put quality healthcare within reach for everyone, everywhere. Through our innovative collaborations, we support organizations that make vision possible at every age, in every stage of life, enabling people to reach their full potential. As Dr. Hill noted, it's through partnership that J&J and LCIF founded Sight for Kids 20 years ago. And you do agree with Dr. Hill that that's a monumental achievement to reach 50 million children that needed that care. This is the largest known program of its kind in the world. And the program has been so successful because of our long-standing commitment and the extraordinary leadership from Lions Club Foundation. Sight for Kids has built close connections to communities and governments to advance the program as well as strengthen the healthcare system. Last year, we expanded the program to recruit and train community health workers to strengthen vision care services in Brazil, Egypt, India, and Kenya. The unique position of community health workers as trusted and respected community members allows them to interact closely with the children, families, and communities served by Sight for Kids. They can help to raise awareness of essential eye care, ensuring proper and thorough follow-up, collecting key data, and connecting those in need to quality healthcare services. For more than 40 years, J&J has been innovating to bring forward high-quality products to help make vision possible for people living in communities around the world. We've been an industry leader in tackling the most pervasive and complex eye health challenges for people around the world. We are working with organizations like Lions, as well as investing in local capacities and a strong health workforce and strong health systems to close the gaps between communities and eye health. We are providing support to ensure life-changing innovations reach the communities that need them so that people can access eye care no matter where they live. In addition to Sight for Kids, J&J also supported screenings and basic treatment for more than 14 million people and helped perform more than 1 million sight-restoring surgeries globally through our collaboration with HCP Cure Blindness. Another area we focus on is cataract surgery. Cataracts are treatable, yet continue to be a leading cause of blindness. In 2024 alone, J&J and J&J Foundation supported 18,000 cataract surgeries and trained 300 surgeons. We support SEE International's efforts to help improve access to high-quality eye care services and cataract surgeries in 45 countries around the world. Through the donation of surgical supplies, we have supported about 3,500 sight-restoring eye surgeries at no cost to patients. We also funded surgical trips and medical volunteers in India, Honduras, and Namibia who worked alongside and trained local doctors and health workers to provide eye care now and in the future. Our partnership with Cure Blindness Project, which works in 25 countries in Africa and South Asia, to screen and provide treatment including sight-restoring surgeries 2024, was expanded, and this collaboration to support the training of eye care professionals so that they can develop high-quality, cost-effective, and sustainable eye care solutions for communities around the world. We also work with the International Agency for the Prevention of Blindness to help advance the goal of ending preventable sight loss by 2030, including to support data collection for measuring impact. In closing, J&J is very proud of the work we've done with our partners around the world, and especially the work we've done with LCIF. By working together and bringing resources together, we can help unlock the potential of whole communities and create more prosperous futures. We all know vision is critical to education and prosperity. Studies have shown that every dollar invested in vision interventions, like providing glasses or cataract surgery, yielded $36 in socioeconomic return. This is 6 times greater than the average development intervention. While we are making great strides, we know there's so much work left to do. Innovations in medicines are impactful only when they reach the people that need them. We are collaborating with global and local organizations, governments, and other stakeholders to improve access to care by investing in a strong, supported workforce and resilient health systems. We will continue working across sectors to help build health systems capacity, train health workers and community members, and close the gaps between communities and care. Our future of service is through partnership, because everyone, everywhere, deserves the gift of sight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, LCIF Chairperson Dr. Patty Hill, for reminding us of the importance of supporting our foundation and the many ways it continues to empower our service around the world. And thank you, Mr. Anthony Gitao, for sharing with us this continued partnership. Before we call upon our next speaker, our Director General of UNON, Madam Zainab Hawa Bangura, would like to leave us so that she could attend another meeting. Thank you so much, Director General, for being here with us. Our final speaker, just before the tea break, is our UN Resident Coordinator, Dr. Stephen Jackson. Dr. Jackson is from Ireland and was appointed as the UN Resident Coordinator in Kenya in March 2021. Dr. Jackson brings close to 30 years of experience in international development, peace building, and humanitarian affairs to the position, including more than 10 years in sub-Saharan Africa. He holds a doctorate in cultural anthropology and a master's degree in public affairs from Princeton University, as well as a bachelor's degree in mathematics from Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Stephen Jackson.
I'm going to start by making life a little difficult for the interpreters by adding a little Swahili into the proceedings. So, Mheshimiwa Rais, Waheshimiwa, Simba, Simba Wachanga na marafiki. Simba Wachanga is the best I could do for Leos. I hope that will work. Karibu Kenya, karibu Nairobi, na karibu kwa Umoja wa Mataifa. That means welcome to Kenya, welcome to Nairobi, welcome to the United Nations. Let me start by thanking you greatly for this honor that you do me of asking me to speak on behalf of the United Nations in Kenya as we mark together this 47th Annual Lions Day. And let me thank you also, all of you in the room, but the 1.4 million of you who aren't here, for all the extraordinary work that you do and that you have done down the years. As you've heard already, we're celebrating 80 years of this extraordinary, powerful, enduring partnership. I think we can use the term lifelong for that one, Patty. between Lions International and the United Nations. And of course, our task today is to explore the relationship between the future of service and the ambitions of the Sustainable Development Goals through thinking really hard about what service has to look like in this 21st century. And so given, Shazan, that, as you've said, I stand between everybody and a cup of tea, I'm going to try and be a little bit provocative about all of that. So at the heart of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda lies, of course, the idea of leaving no one behind. A promise that on the face of it sounds a little bit anodyne, but I would argue is one of the most quietly radical and revolutionary, in the best sense of both of those words, formulations in the history of humankind. And that promise, by the way, was born in a very real sense here in Kenya, because the two countries that got the Sustainable Development Goals across the finish line in the General Assembly in 2015, and who saw to the inclusion of Leave No One Behind in the resolution, those two countries were, by enormous coincidence, Kenya and my home country of Ireland. For me, this SDGs, thank you, I think that is worth a round of applause. And Kenyan diplomacy on behalf of the Global South was an extraordinary, powerful voice in those negotiations. There's a great book about it, by the way. The SDGs represent a universal call to action to end poverty everywhere, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity. But it goes without saying, to achieve those lofty goals, we have to work together. Lions International, with its very long-standing commitment to serving communities and improving lives, is an extraordinarily powerful ally in the global effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Your work in the health sector, as we've just heard, in education, as we saw in that powerful video, in community development, and so many other fields perfectly aligns with the SDGs. Indeed, there was a lovely video last night, wasn't there, that literally showed for all 17 goals just how crucial Lions partnership is. And together here in Kenya with Lions, we work together to combat hunger, to protect the environment, to promote health and well-being, to name just a few examples. In Kenya and elsewhere, the UN's ability to support governments in ensuring sustainable and inclusive development for all, making sure that no one is left behind, is completely dependent on our ability to collaborate closely with partners on the ground, like yourselves. In 2023, the United Nations globally employed somewhere above 100,000 staff worldwide, across all UN organizations, missions, presences, headquarters, etc. And when I ask Google, and I'm sure Google is always right about these things, and we saw it in the video earlier as well, Lions International has 1.4 million volunteers in more than 200 countries. In other words, you're 10 times bigger than we are. Hongera sana, as we would say in Kiswahili. Congratulations. So I'm sharing those numbers just to underline how dependent the United Nations really is on partners like the Lions to get the planet across the real finish line of 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Our volunteer partners, you, are most often both the first and the last mile responders. We witnessed this together, Dr. Manoj, in Kenya during the 2024 flood relief response and during the 2021 to 2023 drought response. The Lions were there. So, today's theme, friends, is the future of service and voluntarism. And I want to say that that theme is of particular personal significance to me. Forgive me if I'll just talk for a second about my father, Bill Jackson, now 85 years old. My sister Lucy is nodding already. She knows what's coming. In December, my dad came on a visit to Kenya. Not his first visit to Kenya, but his first for 3 decades. And it was a real opportunity for him to reconnect with his volunteer DNA. My parents met working for Oxfam internationally. That makes me a development baby, as we say in the industry. My father went on to found and run Ireland's Agency for Personal Service Overseas, APSO, which sent thousands of mid-career specialists to volunteer on what we then used to call the developing countries. And then he spent the last 10 years of his career working for the Global Secretariat of United Nations Volunteers, UNV. And Lucy, who is our regional director for UNV, will be speaking to you a little bit later. So the power of voluntary action is literally my inheritance, maybe my DNA, and there's no question but that my own career path was profoundly influenced by my father's dedication to service and to trying to make a positive difference for people in vulnerable situations. And as I see it, serving to make a positive impact in society for people in need, for our planet in need, has, unfortunately, and here comes the provocative bit, never been more urgent than it is today, this very day. Globally, more people than since the Second World War are in urgent humanitarian need. There are about 60 million refugees and displaced people in the world. Humanitarian demand is ballooning. This is also, by the way, the case in Kenya. And yet, astonishingly, astoundingly, we see governments in what we call the global north turning away from international solidarity. That social contract that binds us together locally, nationally, globally, is under massive pressure, at risk of falling apart completely. So you couldn't have picked a better theme. All 193 United Nations member states recognized this challenge back in September of last year, when the Summit of the Future was convened in New York, and which led, as I'm sure all of you know, to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. All of you do know, because again, Lions were there. The Pact emphasizes that renewing this social contract at every level, in our communities, at the national level, in our countries, on the continents, and at the global level, is foundational for addressing the enormous challenges that press us today. Now, the term social contract easily gets a little bit fluffy. So let me try to carve out what are some of the key aspects that the Pact for the Future identifies. First of all, collective mutual responsibility. The Pact calls for a collective commitment to addressing global challenges, climate change, inequality, poverty. None of those should be controversial. In some parts of the world, they now are. The Pact highlights the importance of shared responsibility amongst the nations and individuals to create a sustainable and equitable future. Those words, sustainable and equitable, should be uncontroversial, but they are not. Second, the Pact focuses on inclusivity and equity. The social contract aims to ensure that all people, regardless of their background, have access to opportunities and resources. Surely that should not be controversial, but it seems it is. And by the way, that is a direct translation of the principle of leaving no one behind that is central to the SDGs. And third, in the Pact, and crucially, I think, intergenerational solidarity. The Pact stresses the importance of considering the needs and rights of future generations. Yes, our children and our youth, but also those not yet born, in whose trust we hold this planet today. That shouldn't be controversial, and somehow it seems to be. I've read in the past days some very powerful politicians in the global north, you can probably identify them yourselves, turning their backs, verbatim on solidarity and equity, literally those words, saying that such principles do not accord with their values. And if that's so, I have to ask, and I think we should ask today, what value their values have. Particularly if those very same politicians claim to a religious faith of some kind. The last time I checked, the principle of charity towards our fellow human beings is foundational to every single one of the world's great faiths. And it's also, by the way, foundational to my faith, which is the United Nations Charter. Not charity in the patronizing, infantilizing sense that it used perhaps to have, but charity in the broader sense, the humanist sense of our mutual responsibility to each other, to lift each other, to accord each other the basic human dignity that is our common birthright as human beings. Again, surely this is uncontroversial, unarguable, foundational, essential to life as we know it together as human beings, essential to the basis of what both the Lions and the United Nations have always been and are still about. The social contract is, in essence, about a responsibility for all of us to do what we can individually to create more just, inclusive, and sustainable societies. In other words, service, today and in the future. Solidarity is, in other words, the key term. Solidarity between peoples, countries, and generations. The mission and work of Lions International and other voluntarily driven organizations is precisely built on and powered by solidarity and service. And one more time, I congratulate you for that. And the Pact for the Future recognizes this profoundly, highlighting the role of volunteers and volunteer organizations like Lions in building bridges between communities and nations and between nations, promoting understanding, cooperation, solidarity. Voluntarism is literally woven through and integrated across the Pact of the Future as a vital component for achieving its objectives through collective action and community service. So what the United Nations member states have called for with the Pact of the Future, whether they realize it or not, is exactly what you Lions have been doing for decades, and what the UN, with our muscles and mandate, is very proud to keep supporting you to do to the best of our ability. So let me pause just once again for a second and thank you for all of that service. And through you, well, what are we? I think it would be 1,390,000 and a couple of hundred others who aren't in the room right now. Please thank them from me and for us. Let me briefly turn then to what I think the future of service can look like, must look like. It's clearly not me. I had my birthday yesterday, so I don't think I'm the future of service. But looking around the room, I'm thrilled to see so many Simba wa Changa, so many Leos in the room. I hope that we have the chance to hear from you today, to hear more about what serving means to you and how you see the future of serving and voluntarism. But as an increasingly old man, let me nonetheless cast a few ideas on the floor. Allow me to kickstart the discussion for today by going up against just one thing, which was a video earlier which I loved, but which insisted on the importance of face-to-face service. Yes, but we're also in an age where FaceTime to FaceTime service will be important in new and creative ways. So let's think about the digital and the online piece of this. We have to take advantage of how the digital technologies can help us better design and better target our support and service. In most countries, and certainly including Kenya, citizens, and in particular younger generations, are calling for meaningful and dynamic participation in decision-making processes very directly impacting their future. And governments are, with different speeds and approaches, seeking to respond. And we, the Lions, the UN, must do so too. We have to think out of the box. We have to ask ourselves how this technology and these digital platforms can help rebuild damaged trust and promote solidarity amongst peoples, countries, and generations. And we have to come up with what I would call digital serving, digital service. Let me illustrate that briefly for Kenya. Last summer, protests erupted amongst youth here in Kenya and here in Nairobi, the so-called Gen Z protests. And they pointed explicitly and implicitly to an erosion of trust in the way that Kenya's institutions currently govern. Let me immediately stress that Kenya was far from unique. We saw similar protests in a wave across the world. We saw them in Europe, we saw them in Asia, we saw them in Latin America. We certainly saw the same kind of erosion of trust in institutions in my home country of Ireland. In Kenya, as elsewhere, this erosion of trust has multiple roots. Perceived lack of transparency, institutionalized corruption, some of it ostentatious, and above all else, an inability to find a place for young people to engage and shape their futures. And that last point is of particular importance because participation occurs in Kenya's remarkable 2010 Katiba Constitution almost 20 times. Everything is supposed to be done through public participation. There's a broad obligation on government and institutions to engage. And notably, successive Kenyan governments, not just this one, have found their initiatives stymied because of challenges to whether that public participation has been guaranteed or not. So broadened and effective citizen civic participation is really critical, I think, to the future of service and to reinventing that social contract. What have we done here? With some incredible Kenyan partners, Build Up, Siasa Place, and Zizi Communications, we've launched a digital platform called ZK for digitally deliberative democracy. And in just 3 months, that platform had hundreds of thousands of interactions by young Kenyans expressing their views on the youth bill, the public participation bill, on environmental policy, and many other things. And using the power of digital technologies, we were able to crystallize those hundreds of thousands of interactions into a small number of very actionable recommendations provided directly to government as feedback. So I could talk for a long time, I have already, about the opportunity for engaging youth and eventually future generations online. Let me just simply say that that was just one example. There are opportunities here to harness the very Kenyan power of Harambee. That's the spirit of solidarity and pulling together that exists for hundreds of years in Kenyan culture, but to do that online through crowdsourcing and crowdfunding, to UNV's globally successful initiative to launch online UN volunteers, about which I'm sure Lucy will talk. So there's just a few thoughts about how we can think about one dimension of the future of service, not just face-to-face, but FaceTime to FaceTime, capitalizing on those new technologies. Let me close and let you go for that much-needed cup of tea by saying, Lions were proudly there at the birth of the United Nations 80 years ago. That wasn't the birth of global voluntarism or of global service. You're 27 years older than we are. You were born in 1917, if I remember correctly. But even you are outdone by platforms like the International Red Cross Red Crescent movement, that's older still. So we didn't invent voluntarism and service, but together for 80 years, we've been a powerful motor force for the spirit and practice of international solidarity. And despite the heartless, cruel global winds that may now be buffeting that international spirit of solidarity, I'm utterly confident that, in the words of the great Persian mystic and poet Rumi, this too shall pass. You were present at the birth of the UN, and you were present at its rebirth last year for the Summit of the Future. You heard the Secretary General say that we can't create a future fit for our grandchildren with systems built for our grandparents. So it's our modest task together to reinvent and renew voluntarism and service, and thereby reinvent and redynamize global solidarity. No sweat. I'm sure you'll have it done by this afternoon. But in the meantime, as I wish you very well with those discussions, let me just say one more time how delighted, grateful, and honored I am that you've chosen to come together at this United Nations headquarters in the Global South in Nairobi for this 47th Lions Day at the UN, and to begin just this historic quest. Asanteni sana. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jackson. Our International President, Fabricio, would now like to present to you with a small memento. I know this morning has given us a lot to digest. We can now all stretch our legs and head outdoors to enjoy a quick tea break. Please remain seated until the dignitaries on the dais leave this room. Thank you, everyone. We will be serving tea and request you all to be back in the hall by 11:30.
United Nations alive year after year. We Lions are proud to be associated with you. The theme of today's gathering is the future of service. There is a famous saying, when progress is desired, change is inevitable. We are experiencing tremendous shift in climate, economic stability, emerging diseases, wars, human rights, food shortages, etc. Today, we shall discuss how to shape service and tackle these ever-changing needs. We shall share the strategies, success stories, and the challenges we have faced. We shall map out a successful future for our communities. Together, we shall make our impact and we shall roar for a better world. I urge you all to take this opportunity to engage with one another, to learn and to strengthen the bonds of friendship that unite us as Lions and as volunteers. I invite you all to embrace this experience with open hearts and minds as we collectively strive for a brighter tomorrow. I would like to end my remarks by sharing the powerful words of James Baldwin. Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. Let us be brave and change our future together. Once again, I would like my District 411A Lions and Leos to please be upstanding. And together, we would like to welcome you all, and please enjoy yourselves, and let's celebrate this great event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manji, for that address and for sharing your greetings with us. Our next speaker is the National Professional Officer representing the World Health Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Joyce Nato.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. I know it's afternoon now, I think.
Yes.
Good afternoon. As you have heard, I'm from the World Health Organization, Kenya Country Office. I'm the focal person for prevention and control of non-communicable conditions like diabetes. I've heard the Lions are working on diabetes, cancers, heart diseases, mental health, violence, injury prevention, disabilities, name them. Now I'm going to talk to you about mental health. I was asked to talk about mental health, and I wondered, where do I start? What do I say about mental health? It's a lot. First, I can say that mental health is an integral and essential component of health and is fundamental to our collective and individual ability as humans to think, emote, interact with one another, earn a living, and enjoy life. If your mental status is not okay, you will not do these things. WHO defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. So if, again, mental health comes in here, and mental health is defined as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make contribution to his or her community. Mental, neurological, and substance use disorders are common in all regions of the world, affecting every community, any age group, across all income countries. Unfortunately, with mental health, you don't say that this is low-income country, high-income country, or what. We are all affected. And I can say that in any gathering, 1 in 4 people have a mental health condition. How many are we here? You just count 1, 2, 3, the fourth one stands. 1, 2, 3, the fourth one stands. While 14% of the global burden of disease is attributed to these disorders, most of the people affected, let's say 75% in many low-income countries, do not have access to treatment, to the treatment needs. As I've said, we all, any part of the world, any age group, even children in utero, pregnant mothers, the baby inside you can have a mental condition. If the mother is not okay, the baby will not be okay. So any age group. So as it happens in the low and upper middle income countries, accessing mental health services is a very big issue. Most societies and most health and social systems neglect mental health and do not provide the care and support people need and deserve. This results in millions of people around the globe suffering in silence. If I can give an example, for example, in our country here, Kenya. Number 1, when one mentions mental health, we don't look at it as I require good mental health status. When one mentions mental health, one sees a mental ill person. We require good mental health status, all of us. So it affects all of us in all ways. What are the determinants of mental health, good or bad? There are multiple social, psychological, and biological factors that determine the level of your mental health, and at any point of the time, such as violence, including sexual violence. Violence is very common in sub-Saharan Africa. Persistent socioeconomic pressures. One of us mentioned about the Gen Zs. Why were they on the road? There were some pressures. Rapid social change. Pressure of work conditions. You know it is a deadline. This is a deadline. Can you submit it? I'm waiting. You know, like that. Those are pressures. Gender discrimination. Social exclusion. This one is from this community, they should not join this team, and so on. Unhealthy lifestyles. Unhealthy lifestyles like using substance abuses and so on, physical ill health, cancers, 30% of persons with cancer have depression. So physical illness matters a lot. And of course, human rights violations. Common mental illnesses or disorders include anxiety. I'm just anxious, I'm going to talk about this. Depression. Then we have manic depressive psychosis, that's the bipolar. We have post-traumatic stress disorders, which is very common in violent-prone zones. And the common one that we always think of, a mental case person, is schizophrenia. Those are very common. There are various international frameworks that have been put in place to address mental health issues. One is the WHO Comprehensive Mental Health Action Plan 2013-2030. We also have the WHO Quality Rights Toolkit, whereby everyone matters. We have the WHO Guidelines on Mental Health at Workplace. This has really been stressed. At workplace, do you discriminate your employee because he or she has a mental condition? UN Strategy on Mental Health and Well-being, and UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, just mentioning a few. I just want to run quickly through the Comprehensive Mental Health Action Plan 2013-2030. It has 4 objectives, and these objectives include to strengthen effective leadership and governance for mental health. At the governance level, are you concerned about the mental status of your people? To provide comprehensive, integrated, and responsive mental health and social care services in community-based settings. To implement strategies for promotion and prevention in mental health, and to strengthen information systems, data. Data is a big issue in this part of the world. The action plan has got 6 principles, which I felt that is important to mention. Number 1 is universal health coverage that has been mentioned several times, regardless of age, sex, socioeconomic status, and so on. Human rights. Mental health strategies, actions, and interventions for treatment, prevention, and promotion must be compliant with the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities and other international human rights instruments. Evidence, the third one is evidence-based practice. Are there good practices that we can learn from? There are several. Life course approach. By life course approach, remember I said every age group is affected. The 5th one is multi-sectoral approach. This cannot be left to health alone. All of us, regardless of which area we are working in or so, must come together and see how we can make life possible, happy, and inclusive. We include everyone there, and people can be able to contribute. We do not discriminate. And of course, empowerment of persons with mental disorders. Let's help them. Let's give them jobs. I know of somebody, a lady, who has a master's degree in, I think it was in engineering, but she cannot get a job because she at one time was admitted for a mental disorder. Let's not discriminate. I just wanted to mention quickly about UN mental health and well-being strategy. There are several pillars and indicators that look at this. The first one looks at the aspect of prevention, And then the next one is aspect of promotion. We need to prevent, then promote good mental health status. How do we do that? And of course, support those ones who are having the conditions. And then we have the cross-cutting areas that include leadership, reporting, and participation. We heard of inclusion, participation. You know, let's not tell this, you stay that way as we discussed, just because the person has a mental condition. No. Should we invest in mental health? I believe it's important that we invest in mental health. And what are the benefits? Some of the benefits include advances in public health. It will greatly reduce suffering and improve the health of the people if you properly invest in mental health. It will stop human rights violations. People with mental health conditions are frequently excluded from community life and denied basic rights. What should we do about it? If we invest, then we stop this. And of course, there's very important issue of scaling up treatment for common conditions like anxiety and depression. When we put in, let me use dollars, we put in $1 to support a person with the anxiety or a person with the depression, you'll end up getting a benefit of $5. So it's important that we invest in mental health. WHO has supported the Kenya Country Office. The Kenya Country Office here has supported the country in various ways of improving mental health status of the country. This includes the development and implementation of the Kenya Mental Health Policy 2015-2030. We have supported the country to develop Kenya Mental Health Action Plan 2021-2025, development of Kenya Mental Health Investment Case. We supported this together with UNDP and so on, among others. The previous president, President Uhuru, at one time set a commission to look into, set up a task force to look into the mental health status of the country. WHO was a member of that task force. And we also supported the country during the COVID-19. You know, everyone was scared. What do I do? Where do I go? How do I live? I need to go for my checkup, but how do I go to the hospital and so on? So we were part of that team to support the country. What is the future of mental health? I look into 5 emerging trends. Teletherapy. You know, things are changing. And we also have to change on how to manage these issues. So teletherapy, very, very important. Therapy in the digital age, very, very important. AI and machine learning. Is this important in mental health? This is the revolutionizing diagnosis and treatment. Very important. AI can support in that. This is important because many times when one goes to a hospital, to a health facility, and you are found with a mental condition, instead of being addressed as individual A, you are addressed as the MC. MC means the mental case. So it's very, you know, you don't feel like going back again for the services. So AI can really help in this. And then the mental health apps are there. Support at our fingertips to see what can be done and so on. The decriminalization of psychedelics, very, very important because there are medicines that can be used to support person with a mental health condition, but most of these medicines are really controlled that sometimes it becomes very difficult. And of course, the greater emphasis is on mental health in the workplace. Very, very important that all of us, wherever we are, any workplace we are talking of, please, let's have this in mind. But all in all, we are a social species. The human beings are a social species. As much as AI is coming, technologies and so on, we must socialize. That is very important for our mental status. Therefore, transforming mental health means strengthening multi-sectoral promotion and prevention for all. And a small question to all of us. What measures have we put in place to address mental health at our respective stations? Have we put anything? I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nato, for that wonderful presentation on mental health. On behalf of our International President, Fabricio, I would like to present to you with a small memento. Dr. Nato mentioned something about MC, mental case. That is the reason why at Lions International we have started calling them DC, Director of Ceremonies, and not MC, Master of Ceremonies. We could mistake them as mental case sometimes, MC. Our next speaker, Dr. Heather Murray Elkins, will join us. She is come all the way from Delaware, USA, and is here to share with us about her presentation, Remembering in the Future. Please welcome Dr. Elkins.
Distinguished UN leaders and Lions and Leos who are the pride of your nations. I want to thank you for this opportunity to bring you greetings from the Lions of Delaware and the opportunity to reflect briefly on the future of service. Being asked to reflect on the sense of the future or to make sense of the future to this distinguished audience, given this present time, makes me tense. And being tense then led me to think about grammar, in fact, the future tense. Now, this is a bad habit of old school teachers. We think about conjugating verbs. So the future tense is a verb form used to describe an action or an event which will happen in the future. It hasn't happened yet, but it is expected to take place. And it uses verbs like will or shall. Future tense examples: the United Nations shall protect human rights. Lions International will support those in need. So the actions or events of these mission statements are expected to take place. So how do we handle all these great expectations? I turned to Augustine of Hippo for advice, a bishop from the Berber people indigenous to North Africa. Augustine was facing the collapse of his known world when he proposes a way of thinking and living that requires remembering into the future. Remembering into the future. So the past, the present, the future tenses are held together, and they're united in a dynamic current of energy and intention. Remembering into the future requires memory and imagination. So remembering into the future. If we forget or suppress our histories, we suffer from amnesia. We forget who we are, whose we are, what really matters, and finally, how to survive. But if the only story we tell is in the past tense, our institutions will wither away. We need new narratives. We need young voices asking us hard questions. We need old hearts risking new dreams. We need imagination like we need oxygen in order to remember into the future. Memory, past. Imagination, future. But what connects them together? What holds them together? Remembering into the future. I have an answer. I'll show you. It's a small, chipped pitcher. My father found it in the trash and treasured it all his life and then left it to me. It reads, "Success comes not by wishing, but by hard work, bravely done." Hard work, bravely done, is how we must serve if we are going to have a future together. Being united isn't easy. It's not guaranteed. We have to choose over and over and over again. Or in the anthem of this, our host country puts it, "Let all with one accord in common bond unite." This requires hard work, bravely done. But is it even possible? John Wesley, the founder of my faith tradition, thought so and says, "Do you show your love by your works? Have you time, and when you have energy, do you in fact do all the good to all, neighbors or strangers, friends or enemies, good or bad? Do you do them all the good you can, endeavoring to supply all their needs, assisting them both in body and soul to the uttermost of your power? If you are thus minded, if you are but sincerely desirous of it and following on until you attain, then your heart is right, as my heart is with your heart. If it be, give me your hand. I do not mean be of my opinion. You need not. I do not desire it or expect it. Neither do I mean I will be of your opinion. I cannot. It does not depend on my choice. Keep your opinion, and I will keep mine, and that as steadily as ever. You need not even endeavor to come over to me or bring me over to you. I do not desire you to dispute these points or to hear or speak one word concerning them. Leave all opinions on one side or the other, only give me your hand. I saw an example once of this kind of remembering, this kind of service, this kind of future. It was a photo of two old people, a man and a woman, dressed in blue jeans and work shirts. They're wearing hard hats and tool belts, and they're heading home at the end of a long day, a work day. And behind them stands the newly framed walls that will house some family's future habitat for humanity. Jimmy and Rosalind Carter. She used to be a first lady, and now, at the age of 90, can still drive a nail straight and true. He once was a president who stepped down from privilege and stepped up to serve his community, his nation, and our world. What is he? He is a lion. And at the end of the day, and at the end of their lives, they're still holding hands. Hard work, bravely done, starts with one pair of hands. It starts with one pair of hands, but it isn't enough. There's too much hurt in this world, and the hunger is too real, and the need is too great. One pair of hands will not do if we want to remember into the future of service together. One pair of hands will not do. And so, I invite you, if your heart is as my heart, here is my hand.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Elkins, for that wonderful, inspirational address. Believe you me, I have goosebumps. On behalf of our international president, Fabricio, we would like to present to you with a small memento. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker from the United Nations Volunteer Program, Ms. Lucy Ndungu, who is the Regional Manager for East and Southern Africa. Ms. Ndungu has consulted widely for UNDP headquarters, working with the African Union and its regional economic commissions to support the development of enabling policy and regulatory frameworks in their member states for the development of infrastructure for peace. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ndungu.
Dr. Neto may say I'm stressed. I forgot my speech right where I was sitting. Our hosts, Dr. Manji, LCIF Chairperson, Dr. Patty Hill, International President, Lions Club International, Mr. Fabricio Oliveira, my colleagues from the United Nations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Lions and Leos, good afternoon. I am very delighted to be here today to engage with you all on an important subject, the future of service. For almost a century, your organization, Lions Club International, has been a beacon of hope, serving the world in need, proving that when people come together, a shared purpose, incredible things do happen. Congratulations, hongera sana. Now, the UN Volunteers Program was created by the UN General Assembly in 1970. So in this scenario, we are the little brother to the Lions Club International. Both organizations were founded in response to crisis. Both organizations are committed to universal ethos and values of volunteerism. Both organizations have a common binding thread, service to humanity. UN Volunteers Program mobilizes volunteers across the United Nations system to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. In 2024, UN Volunteers Program mobilized over 14,000 volunteers across the world. Out of this, 204,000 served in my region, East and Southern Africa. UN Volunteers also works with UN member states and the United Nations to promote volunteerism and to ensure that this is integrated into the national development plans of member states of the United Nations. Additionally, we partner with volunteer-involving organizations to champion environments which foster the spirit of volunteerism. To effectively carry out these mandates, UN Volunteers undertakes regular research and leads efforts to generate evidence and knowledge on volunteer service. And as the regional manager for UN Volunteers in East and Southern Africa, where I oversee 23 countries across Africa, I have witnessed the transformative power of volunteer service. However, over the years, I have also seen interesting trends and challenges, some of which I'm going to mention here today. While these challenges may be unrelenting in a world which seems to be in a state of flux, in the face of extreme political narratives, subversion of trust, as Stephen mentioned in the morning, the goodwill that has sustained humanity over the years seems to just be fracturing. We cannot allow that to happen. This makes me wonder whether, with all these trends, we can accurately predict what is going to happen in the future. However, I'm going to throw my hat into it, and I'm going to welcome you into my crystal ball, trying to see what the future may look like. In any case, why waste a good crisis as we have right now? When I think of service, I look at it as a selfless support to the cause of our common humanity, or in my part of the world, what we call Ubuntu. I am because you are. Essentially, that is what volunteerism is about. Over the years, humanity has found ways of coming together in challenging times. However, we see this quite changing in the last years. In conversations with partners of volunteer-involving organizations, we were actually, just trying to reflect on some of the trends that we are seeing, whether it's on the cadre of people that we're seeing volunteering or in the general, global dynamics in the development world. Now, some of these shifts that we were talking about. One, the technological shifts. For instance, in reshaping how we connect, we collaborate and serve, we are seeing very advancements in media, in artificial intelligence, in quantum computing, and blockchain technologies. In Kenya, Food for Education, a local community organization, is using a wearable watch to organize food drives for 450,000 school-going children. Another organization, Shining Hope for Communities, SHOFCO, is providing water in informal settlements through aerial technology. These rapid technological advancements have also opened new avenues for volunteer service that go beyond the physical presence. From online mentoring to remote project management, volunteers are now able to contribute their skills and expertise from anywhere in the world. And they are amplifying the reach that they can get. The UNV program has the online volunteering platform. And through this platform, we've seen quite a number of people volunteering from wherever they are in the globe. An example that we recently had, UNDP engaged online volunteers, majority with professional background in geospatial engineering and data analytics, to address data gaps in solar mini-grid installations across the continent. Their task, successfully done remotely, involved using machine learning models to detect, map, and annotate solar mini-grids through satellite imagery. The second trend that I want to highlight is the demographic and social trends that we are seeing in the sphere of volunteerism. Demographic shifts are also shaping the future of service. High-income economies are facing aging populations and declining workforce. This is increasing the demand for care services. In contrast, in lower-income economies, we have an expanding youth population, which is driving demand for education and development services. Younger generations have also demonstrated impatience with the status quo. They are advocating for fresh ideas, and they have remarkable commitment to social justice and responsibility. Young people are also increasingly self-organizing, especially on social media, bypassing or in some cases avoiding the formal route of volunteering. To adapt, organizations need to create platforms for self-organizations, sometimes leading from the back and not from the front. We also need to create effective policy frameworks for valuing and measuring informal volunteering, noting that most of the future volunteer service will happen more spontaneously and informally. Change is also happening at the other end of the age range. Life expectancies have increased significantly in many countries, with retirees having 10 to 15 years of a productive life after retirement. This provides a rich source of experience and knowledge, and we can utilize these capacities as volunteers in the development sphere. Aside of the age dynamics, we also see gender dynamics and social profiles that are also determining factors in volunteer service engagement today and in the future. Now, one of the flagship publications that we do is the United Nations Volunteer Program, is called the State of the World Volunteerism Report. And the most recent publication that we had also found out that women are more likely to volunteer informally, and thereby less likely to be recognized or supported. Marginalized groups such as people living with disabilities are often isolated from formal volunteer programs. We therefore need to be more deliberate about inclusion of women and marginalized groups through volunteer service to ensure a balanced power relations in our governance systems and communities. So then, with these trends, how does my crystal ball tell me that we need to look at the future of service going forward? How do we turn these trends into positive opportunities that we can take advantage of into the future of service? To remain effective, we must therefore continually audit our efforts, scale what works, and mitigate unintended consequences of those that don't work. Now, one of the things that we need to do more, better, and very, very deliberately is forging partnerships and collaborations. We should strengthen partnerships to maximize impacts and respond to limited resources and competing demands by forming coalitions, networks, and alliances. These partnerships should extend beyond the volunteer service sector to governments, to businesses, using existing connections and building new ones where they are required. A UN Volunteers Program, for instance, we're partnering more with local organizations and academia as primary entry points for mobilizing volunteer talents, with international volunteering coming in as complementary. One trend that we keep noticing, and now the other regions, the UN Volunteer Program works globally. In other regions, we were seeing that there was tendency to have more national volunteers in those regions than they were international. In our region, however, we seem to be the outlier in this new framework. But since 2024, we are seeing a trend where we also have more national volunteers than we do have international volunteers. The second suggestion that I want to propose on what we can do better to the future of service, we must also constantly learn. And this is in addressing the demographic and social trends that I mentioned before. We must understand what motivates people to serve, and we must align our frameworks with emerging demographics and social realities. At UNV, we recently updated our volunteer categories to reflect the global demographic and social trends in allowing local adjustments. We are also significantly investing in sourcing talent based on these new realities. The third proposal that I would make this afternoon is to have more and greater engagements with governments. And this is to try and cure the erosion of trust that we are seeing happening and challenge to the formal authority of government that we are seeing all over the world. We should advocate for increased recognition of volunteers as key partners in policy and service delivery. This is more critical as a resource envelope for governments diminish, driving more engagement of volunteers towards achieving the national development priorities. And the last suggestion is embracing new technology. We should embrace technology while staying conscious of the negative impacts which sometimes inadvertently accompany these new developments. We have significantly seen efficiency gains in my organization by utilization of AI-powered technology to streamline volunteer recruitment and management. We are also expanding our free online volunteering service, connecting UN entities, government, civil society organizations with skilled professionals everywhere in the world. However, this can only be achieved if we invest in equitable technology access and define online volunteering more inclusively. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, while tools and methods may evolve, the essence of service remains unchanged. Compassion, empathy, desire to make a difference, this does not change. Whether the person is online or in face-to-face interaction, this does not change. Service is about showing up and saying, I see you, I care, what can I do to help? That's the essence of what volunteerism and service is. It's what unites you as lions and Leos, as members of a global community. It's what drives the work of the UN Volunteers Program and what will continue to inspire us as we move forward. Therefore, let's embrace new tools, we forge new partnerships, and inspire the next generation. But most importantly, let's never lose sight of the values that brought us together in the first place: kindness, generosity, and commitment to serving others. In the words of Desmond Tutu, my humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dungu, for sharing that with us today. We do have a lot in common between our two organizations and so much synergy between us. I'm sure if we work together, we can make a huge and bigger impact to our communities. So thank you for that. On behalf of our international president, Fabricio, I would like to present to you with a small token of appreciation. As we proceed to the next part, I would like to request our next speakers to please join us on the dais. David Evangelista, Mr. Baron Segar, and Dans Naturinda. In 1988, Lions International established the Lions International Peace Poster Contest to give children everywhere a chance to express their visions of peace and inspire the world through art and creativity. Lions clubs around the globe sponsor these competitions in schools and youth groups. Then, in 2010, Lions established the Lions International Essay Contest to provide children with visual impairments with an opportunity to share their feelings about peace. The theme for both these contests for 2024-2025 was Peace Without Limits. The grand prize winners of this year's contest will be announced at the upcoming LDUN event in New York next month. However, I am pleased to report that we have a special guest here in Kenya to share with us about the contest. Please welcome our multiple district 411 winner, Lakshmi Vinil, sponsored by Lions Clubs of Eldoret. And please take a look at her poster. Lakshmi will be accompanied by her parents. Wow, that's a beautiful poster, Lakshmi. Please come to the podium and share a few words with us about your poster.
Good afternoon, Lions, Leos, ladies, and gentlemen. My name is Lakshmi Vinil. I'm 13 years old and a 9th grade student from Harton Grange Academy, from the city recognized for its world record-holding marathon runners, the City of Champions, Eldoret. I feel deeply honored to be here today for the Lions Day with the United Nations as the winner of the Multiple District 411 Lions Peace Poster Contest and to have the opportunity to speak about my drawing. This year's theme, Peace Without Limits, is very special to me. For my poster, I wanted to convey that peace is about connection, understanding, and unity. I used the concept of the endless universe to convey that peace is about connection and understanding. And peace is boundless and infinite. Growing up with a sister who's a star chaser, now an undergraduate in astronomy and astrophysics, I learned that the universe is not only infinite, but also ever expanding. This inspired me to see peace the same way. Limitless and capable of growing if nurtured. The symbols on my poster reflect how we all share this one world, and when we come together, we can create harmony, much like stars forming constellations. To me, peace means kindness, respect, and helping one another, no matter how small the act. True peace should transcend all boundaries, whether of race, color, class, gender, nationality, or religion. It should unite and not divide. I realized that even the smallest gestures, a simple smile or a kind word, or an act of compassion, can brighten someone's day. Much like the universe, which was born from a tiny dense point and has now become a timeless ocean of light and darkness. I believe each of us has a role in creating peace, and it begins with these small actions. Like ripples in water, they can grow into waves of change. Thank you for this incredible opportunity to share my message and my poster. I hope it inspires others to reflect on the power of peace in their own lives and to take steps, however small, to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi. I request you and your parents to please come down on the floor. Our international president, Fabricio, would like to present to our Peace Poster winner the International President's Certificate of Appreciation. And together with the Certificate of Appreciation, on behalf of our third International Vice President, he is presenting a cash gift of Kenya shillings 5,000 to Lion. Hopefully Leo Lakshmi very soon. The grand prize winner of this contest will be announced next month at the Lions Day with United Nations in New York City. The grand prize and merit posters will then be shared on our Lions Club's international website. Peace Poster kits for the next Lionistic year 2025-2026, whose theme is Together as One, are now available to purchase from Lions International online shop. For the first time ever, you can now purchase the kit as a digital download. This digital option will allow for savings on shipping costs, avoiding shipping delays, and helping to protect the environment. I encourage you all to participate. Our next guest is the Regional President and Managing Director of Europe Eurasia for Special Olympics, where he oversees the program in more than 58 countries. Please join me in welcoming Lion David Evangelista as he comes to share a few words with us.
I recognize I'm standing in between this room and lunch, so I'll take advantage of my place of origin, which is the Northeast of the United States, and speak fast. All protocols observed. My name is Lion David Evangelista. I'm an American national. I'm a Spanish resident, and I'd like to consider myself a global citizen. I had prepared remarks. That was my second mistake of the day. My first mistake was not calling my sons before they went to school. I was late for the bus. What a remarkable morning, and I have to say, Dr. Elkins, what a remarkable afternoon. I'm going to try to see if I can get through my prepared remarks while giving credence to what has been some very powerful themes mentioned here in these chambers. It is not lost on me, however, that bravery, history, and fathers have reverberated this room. In 1974, my father received a call from a woman named Eunice Kennedy Shriver, the late sister of John F. Kennedy, who said to him, Mr. Evangelista, you will create a program to help our special friends. And that spawned a journey in my life and in my father's life to aim and endeavor to be successful with bravery and hard work. Dr. Elkins, I believe that this room joins me in communicating to you on behalf of our association, our foundation, and this room. You have our hands. These remarks are not meant to be provocative, though they may be interpreted as such. I do not contend that we are not in difficult times. I will not deny that we are at a turning point in our global community. The narrative that we have subscribed to with great bravery and great trust has been upended. There are things we have trusted for generations, we cannot trust them. Dr. Jackson has said it, you can believe it. There are trends that are occurring at the moment that have made us question our very identity, not as lions, but as one. Essentially, the rhythm and blues are a bit offbeat, but we can still make sure the music communicates the message. The future of service is a broad theme, if interpreted correctly, must be segmented. I was taught in business school, and by the way, I was not the best student by any stretch, but I was taught in business school that the only way that you can actually build anything in enterprise, and I'm intimidated to state as such in the company of Dr. Manaj Shah, but I will still continue, is you must talk with the future. Today I was reminded that we also need to remember the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Lions, Leos, UN colleagues, leaders, don't despair. It's not worth it. I don't believe that we're divided. I don't believe that we're against one another. I don't believe that we hate each other. I don't believe it. We are, as every generation has been for the history of humanity, we're scared. I'm okay to say it. I was scared to go on the school bus when I was 7. It was new. I was scared to go to junior high school. It was Catholic. It was new. I was scared to go to high school. It was all boys. I had to wear a tie. It was new. I was scared to go to Washington, D.C. and study in a new place with new people, all alone, without my family and friends. It was new. I was scared to move into a group house in the density of Adams Morgan in Washington, D.C. It was new. I was scared to know that I had fallen in love with a woman and moved to Spain. It was new. Ladies and gentlemen, the global community we've inherited is new. It's okay to be scared. But let's not mislabel it. Let's not fall into the traps of misinformation and the twisting and pivoting of what is something very common in the human condition: fear. But in the words of Dr. Timothy Shriver, our chairman of Special Olympics, and on behalf of the athletes that we serve, we have a choice to make, and I'm asking all of you to make it here. Will we take that fear and transmit it to each one of us? Or will we take that fear and transform it? Here's why. All of us, when we go to bed at night and we close our eyes, and it's us and our Creator, in the dark places of our souls that we don't like to speak about, the places that only we reside with ourselves, all of us have a little girl from rural Malawi in the Machinji district who's praying that her path back to her village with water doesn't encounter predators. All of us have inside of us a child on a dinghy hoping they can get to Lampedusa, knowing that their parents had to make a decision. Do we risk our lives in a new country or forfeit our lives in the one in our home country? All of us have inside of us a boy with Down syndrome who just wants to be part of a team. Call me forward, call me striker. Don't call me stupid. I do. I have each one of those people inside of me. And when I go to bed at night, I pray that my God gives me the opportunity to bring the best David Evangelista to the world. I fail often, but I fail forward. And I believe deep down in those places, that is the power of service. And that is the future of service. But I'll try to keep trend with today's remarks mentioning a father and their legacy. 2 years ago, I sat at this podium with a voice that quivered much more than it does today. I apologize for that. 2 years ago, I sat here a broken man. I don't apologize for that. But today I stand here and I'll give you the words of my late father, Steve Evangelista, who gave me an understanding of what human connection is. Because at the end of the day, human connection is the future of service. Human connection, forgive me for saying it, it's not meant to derail what was a prolific speech from Dr. Jackson, but no app, no pixel, no artificial anything can replace Dr. Elkins taking my hand. That has to be in person, and it has to be in real time. So when we think about human connection, and we think about the future of our association and the future of the theme of service, of helping one another, we can't do that until we know who we are in those depths of introspection and hope. And so my father said to me at my son's baptism, and I will share with you, all of us in this room, whether you're from France, whether you're from España, whether you're from Botswana, whether you're from Uganda, whether you're from Kenya, whether you're from Rwanda, whether you're from the United States of America, we all have three names. We all have three names. The name your parents give you, the name that your community calls you, but the most important name we have is the name you call yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with a question that only you can answer in defining human connection and charting your course for the future of service. What is your name? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm very grateful for the applause, but I have to say that the gentleman I have the honor of introducing deserves a far greater applause. A lifetime of service, a true global development leader, a pioneering humanitarian, somebody who I think Seeger.
So, David, let me start by saying I was scared when I heard you were going to be the one introducing me. So I'm going to start there. Listen, so happy to be here today. I know the protocols have been established, but let me acknowledge the participation of the Director General and the President Coordinator, Jackson. I'm really humbled to be here today, and this is going to be more of a uplifting conversation of success and collaboration and impact. I'm particularly excited to be here with, tied to the UN World Food Program, where global leaders come together to face the greatest challenges around the world. So the World Food Program USA, I'm based in Washington, DC. We're dedicated to raising resources, developing partnerships. I would even say amplifying the voices of those who need to be heard around the world so that we can end global hunger. And as David mentioned and other speakers, we're all aware that we're facing a very uncertain world right now. But I can assure you that the partnerships we're having with the private sector, philanthropic organizations, and more critical than ever, government funding, we're going to solve hunger. It still remains an issue that is absolutely solvable. And we have to remember, by the way, that up until the mid-2000s, hunger was actually on the decline. But we're counting on not only myself, but each one of you in the room to help us solve the issue of global hunger. I would also add, by the way, it was David Evangelista who first introduced me to the Lions Club International Foundation over 2 years ago. And before I do go further, I do want to acknowledge and a huge thank you to Chairperson Dr. Patty Hill and the entire LCIF team for coming on this journey with us. I know Eric's here today, Rebecca, Brian. The team at LCIF has been really extraordinary to work with. An absolute applause. And Eric, make sure they know that I gave them a shout out. I would say this, for me, being relatively new to the Lions family, after just a few short meetings, I knew that we were absolutely aligned. Not only did we share a common commitment to solving global hunger, but we shared the value that was grounded in service to others. So when I look at the world and I see the challenges, and by the way, we know that problems can be so overwhelming at times, but I'm asking us to remember that we're doing this in solving problems locally with communities and with Lions Club. And so I know that globally it's overwhelming, but we're having lots of success in pockets of the world. So I would say again, the people that we serve here in the room and those around the world, it can be done. When you look a little closer at the massive challenges, you start to see it in a way behind the reports and the proclamations and the headlines. And we have to remember that young people have dreams, and I know most of us have traveled around the world, and we hear those dreams and the very bold dreams, creative solutions, and the courage of young people to act. At the World Food Program USA, our vision is a world without hunger. As simple as it sounds, it can actually be difficult to imagine in real terms. So instead of focusing on that big idea of solving global hunger, I'd say we adjust our lens and focus on the people. And the questions that I ask and the questions that Lions and I asked each other are, who has the commitment to solve hunger? Who has the resources? Who has the commitment? It quickly became clear to me that Lions actually has all three. As you know, Lions members also have communities locally that are better than anybody else, because you bring big problems like hunger right down to the neighborhoods that we serve. You have the resources to bear, not just financial, and we heard this from our conversation with our German colleagues this week, who not only know how to dance, but they know how to have really good conversations. But you bring big problems like hunger down to the neighborhood level, both financial and social capital, insights, resources, and will. Last year, we announced an amazing partnership with Lions Club. At the World Food Program USA and Lions Club International, we together invested $4 million in school feeding in 4 countries, in Ecuador, in Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Uganda. And our reach is simply staggering. 880,000 children in 7,000 schools are going to be reached through this collaboration. And remarkable. But I want to remember, by the way, and I want to remind all of us that it's not just the numbers, but it's the students, it's the community leaders, it's the real stories and the heroes locally who are impacting and implementing our work. So some of you may ask, well, why school meals of everything that we could choose from? And it's simple, and it's proven, because school meals have proven over and over again that it is the best way to solve hunger. And at the United Nations World Food Program, we are the largest provider of school meals around the entire globe. And also, everywhere we operate is a little bit different, by the way, much like Lions International. The World Food Program uses a model called homegrown school feeding, which I think is extraordinary. And what does it mean? It means that produce is grown locally. We don't have to ship it where there are farms and there's knowledge that exists. We want to procure that produce locally and also invigorate the local economies. By the way, more than 50% of the farmers that work with the World Food Program are females. Very important to drive home here today. A lot of the women, they sell their products to the nearby schools, creating sustainable incomes to farmers and a healthier, shorter supply chain for schools. So how exciting is it that local economies also benefit from school feeding programs? And then there's the direct benefit of the students themselves. Every single day, millions of children around the world go to school on an empty stomach, which makes it impossible to learn, impossible to thrive. But millions of children, especially girls, are given the opportunity to go to school. They're not forced to stay home, to work, or to do chores for their family. And for the many children, a school meal is the only meal in an entire day that this child will have. And I was left on recently I was in Liberia and I witnessed a school meals program, and the teacher turned up to me and said, you know, Baron, I want you to know that before the World Food Program came to our school, we didn't have a lot of children in school. But since we implemented the school meals program, our enrollment has jumped 70%. And what that told me is that you can have all the teachers and the schools and the training and the chalkboards and the latrines, but if you don't have food, the kids are not going to be in school. So again, I'm applauding Lions for choosing school meals. This is the one program that is absolutely scalable. So as I noted before, every school meal is unique, and the partnership with Lions is no different. In Ecuador, as an example, we are bringing, in Ecuador, for example, the project is hyper-focused on reaching the school meals in the highest malnutrition rated areas. In Sri Lanka, we're bringing fortified rice, locally procured poultry, and nutrition education to schools. In Nepal, we're supporting infrastructure and technical assistance to scale school feeding across the country. And in Uganda, and I want to recognize my Lions members from Uganda here today, we're also working with local farmers so that they can supply schools with locally grown, nutritious crops like orange sweet potatoes. Just a few days ago, as many of you know, Dr. Patty Hill and over a dozen Uganda Lions from the Kampala area traveled to a remote area in Uganda called Karamaja. They met women growing beans and maize to sell in schools where their children learn. Again, where their children, the farmers, where their children learn. We saw students harvesting sweet potatoes right behind the classroom. New clean burning stoves are making it safer for mothers in cooking the meals and reducing the amount of wood needed to fire them. What stood out the most, and what I hope stands out the most for you today, is that there was long-term sustainability of our programs. How the dollars contributed by Lions, it doesn't just procure food, but it is invested in the community with returns at all levels. I started by talking about insight, resources, and will. When we visit these schools, we also see that these same strengths emerge within the entire communities because we're all learning together. As for the future, we talked about service. The future of service is grounded in partnership, inclusion, and collaboration. I want to thank again the Lions leaders who have made this possible. But let me especially thank those local Lions leaders in the countries where we're working together, where we are coordinating additional service activities, where we're putting on events with government leaders, where we're driving many miles on very bumpy roads, and most of all, in sharing enthusiasm for the impact that school feeding is having. So this is just the beginning of our work. Again, just happened 2 years ago. But I know that through our shared commitment to end hunger, the partnership is going to continue to shape a lot of young lives and give them opportunities that they would not otherwise see. With nutritious school meals, kids grow, learn, and future leaders exist. And hopefully, by the way, it also recruits the future Leos of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Baron, for those wonderful inspirational addresses. On behalf of our international president, Fabricio, we would like to present to you a small token of appreciation.
I want the vase.
Our final speaker before we break for lunch is our multiple council chairperson from multiple district 411 engineer, Dr. Dans Naturinda. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Naturinda to the podium.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, Shizan. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great honor to be part of today's celebration, a celebration of 79 years of partnership between Lions and the United Nations that has touched the lives of millions and shaped the destiny of communities and nations. A celebration of shared values and ideals that bring hope where there is despair, love and kindness where there is misery, healing where there is pain, and understanding among the peoples of the world, the future of service. As we gather here today, we are reminded that the world is afflicted with diverse problems, but it gives me immense pleasure that as Lions and the United Nations, we are committed to be there, to bring out the good in humanity without discrimination, to play our brother's keeper, for the victims of conflicts and wars, for the helpless in times of disaster, for the starving in the world of plenty, for the sick and the homeless, and for Mother Nature under the threat of our own existence. That is the epitome of the future of service. The CEO World Food Program talked about Karamoja and the work we are doing there, but if you are in Uganda, you don't need to be in Karamoja to know Karamoja. Karamoja is on the streets of Kampala. When I look back and reflect on the blank stares of those children on the streets of Kampala city who come from Karamoja with no clue what the future holds for them, having run away from the harsh life realities imposed by circumstances they find themselves in but are not responsible for. But then knowing that Lions and the United Nations World Food Program have partnered in a crucial effort to change their fortunes, I know for sure this partnership is a powerful beacon of the world. When I think of the young people growing up in refugee settlements of Nachivale, Rwamwanja, and others, for those of you who may not know, Uganda is one of the biggest hosts of refugees, with over 2 million refugees from neighboring countries and beyond. But we have had the United Nations High Commission for Refugees supporting those people, among whom we have many young people. In Uganda, refugees do not necessarily stay in camps, they stay with our communities, they integrate with our communities. But usually young people find themselves with the challenges of integration in different cultures, in different environments. But the Lions have recently joined in to support the UNHCR, especially in the area of social and emotional learning, to help them integrate in the host communities and feel at home. I believe with this partnership, we are destined to change the landscape of humanitarian service in the world. This is the future of service, which is very bright indeed. Lions and the United Nations have severally and collectively done a lot to change the lives of many around the world. There are still so many opportunities to work together, and the impact will be beyond measure. I'm glad to have good examples of this partnership in our Matpo district. The Lions Matpo District 411 is therefore honored to be part of this celebration in the beautiful city of Nairobi. We warmly welcome you and wish you all the best during your stay in Nairobi. But going forward, let us commit with hope and determination to build a much better world of our aspirations as we continue to serve our communities and making our mark for the betterment of our community, of our communities. The future of service needs us. The future of service needs this commitment. Thank you all for coming and being part of this celebration.
Thank you, Dr. Dans Naturinda. The first part of this particular Lions Day with the United Nations program has come to an end. And we have a lot more in store for all of you after lunch. I request you all to please proceed outside where you had your tea break, but walk a few steps down into the tents and we will have lunch together. May I request the front line, our international president, to please proceed first as we will follow duly. Yeah, we are coming back exactly after 60 minutes, 1 hour. So we will be back in the room at 2:30 p.m. Lunch. Thank you, great. We had a great mornings and part of the afternoon session. We are now back for the final session of the Lions Day with the United Nations. Before we continue into our program, it's such a great opportunity and privilege that to celebrate the Lions Day with the United Nations, we have some of our delegates who have consented to become members of our association. For many of you who attended the event yesterday with the Special Olympics Kenya and the Lions Club, many of the members of the Special Olympics team were inspired by the great work that we are all doing and decided to join hands, as Dr. Heather said, and become members of our Lions clubs in Kenya. Not only that, they said that today we are going to induct 6 members, but in the coming few weeks, they are going to form their own club, which is a Champions Lions Club. I would like to invite our International President, Fabricio, to please come up, escorted by our 3rd International Vice President, Dr. Manoj, who are each sponsoring 3 members of this club. The new members of our family are Dr. Gome Lenga, Susan Masila, Dr. Dennis Ndambo, Dr. Karani Andrew, Mildred Mbula, and William Maithia.
Right here. That works? Okay, thank you.
To Rosemary. One microphone for Rosemary. Okay. I will speak here. Rosemary?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Just a moment. Esse é um momento muito importante para nós, para a família leonística internacional.
This is a very important moment for the Lions family internationally.
Quando estamos trazendo mais mãos para se juntar a 1,4 milhão de sócios de nossa Associação Internacional de Lions Clubs.
Because we are inviting more hands to help us in our International Association of Lions Clubs.
Esse momento marca uma grande parceria que nós vamos estabelecer com as Olimpíadas Especiais a partir de maio.
So this moment also marks our strengthening of our relationship with the Special Olympics.
Isso está na nossa agenda para o encontro com o Tim Shriver.
And we have in our agenda a meeting with Tim Shriver.
Nós temos uma parceria de 25 anos com as Olimpíadas Especiais.
We have a partnership of 25 years with the Special Olympics.
E vamos ampliar essa parceria nos próximos meses.
And we're going to expand this partnership in a few months.
E um dos pontos que nós vamos tratar com o time do presidente das Olimpíadas Especiais
And one of the points we're going to address with the president, the chair of the Special Olympics,
é a formação de novos Lions Clubs com membros voluntários e não voluntários das Olimpíadas Especiais para a fundação de novos clubes.
And so the purpose is to charter new Lions clubs with volunteers from Special Olympics. And so they're going to have this specialty club.
Então, como vocês demonstraram o desejo de pertencer a Lions Club e a Lions Internacional,
Since you expressed the desire to belong to a club and to Lions International,
eu peço que vocês levantem a sua mão direita
I ask you to please raise your right hand
e repitam comigo.
and repeat after me.
Eu,
I,
cada um diz o seu nome,
now each one says your name.
na presença dos leões deste evento,
In the presence of the Lions in this event,
assumo esta obrigação
I take this solemn obligation
obrigação solene de cumprir os estatutos e regulamentos do clube,
to abide by the Constitution and bylaws of the club
e de Lions Internacional,
and that of Lions International,
de participar regularmente de todas as reuniões
to attend all meetings regularly,
de apoiar e promover os interesses do clube
to support and further the interests of the club
em todos os seus empreendimentos
in all its undertakings,
e de contribuir com a minha parte para o apoio financeiro do clube.
and to contribute my fair share towards the financial support of the club.
Declaro ainda que ajudarei na manutenção
I further declare that I will assist in maintaining,
construção e fortalecimento do quadro associativo.
building and strengthening the membership of the club.
Além disso,
Furthermore,
ajudarei o clube
I will help the club
servindo ativamente em comitês
by actively serving on committees
e em outras funções
and in other capacities
onde meus esforços forem necessários.
where my efforts are needed.
E praticarei
And,
os princípios do Código de Ética
and that I will practice the principles of the Code of Ethics
e de Lions Internacional e os propósitos de Lions Internacional.
and the purposes of Lions Clubs International.
Pelo poder que me foi conferido por Lions Internacional,
Now, it's only the president now. By the power vested in me by Lions Clubs International,
declaro que vocês foram empossados como um leão em seu respectivo clube e em Lions Internacional.
I now declare you as having been inducted as a lion in Lions Clubs International in your respective clubs.
Agora, como seus patrocinadores, o terceiro vice-presidente Manoj Shah e eu,
Now, as your sponsors, third Vice President Manoj Shah and I,
teremos o prazer e orgulho de apoiar em sua lapela o distintivo de novo sócio e entregar o certificado de novo associado.
we have the honor now to present you with our pin, your pin, and also a certificate for you to officially be a member of Lions Clubs International.
Agora eu quero ouvir de todos vocês um grande ruído para dar as boas-vindas aos novos sócios de Lions Internacional.
Now, I want to hear from all of you in the room a very loud roar to welcome our new Lions.
My heartiest congratulations to our new members. William, Susan, on my address book in the phone, I now have to change and put Lion before your name. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite our next speaker, our international third Vice President, Dr. Manoj Shah.
Thank you very much, Shazan, and it's such a pleasure to speak after a beautiful lunch that all of us have enjoyed and a beautiful induction ceremony of 6 new members. Well, this afternoon and this morning, we have heard some very exciting speakers who have spoken to us about the future of service. Of course, there was a lot of inspiration from Dr. Elkins, our good friend David Evangelista, Stephen Jackson, and many other speakers who spoke very passionately, especially as to what our role as Lions is in the future of service. And this afternoon, I would like to take a few moments of your time and share with you the Lions' perspective of the future of Lions. In fact, when I got elected as the International Third Vice President, my campaign theme was to inspire service and ignite leadership. And this fits extremely well when we talk about the subject matter, the future of service. And in the Lions context, many of our previous speakers have spoken about how enhancing our technology can help us to move the future of service forward for our association. And I just want to share with you that Lions Clubs International is in the forefront of innovation and bringing in tools to help us harness technology to enhance service. In fact, a few digital tools have already been launched, and the future is very, very bright, because in the near future, more tools are going to be launched, and especially artificial intelligence is also going to be incorporated at whatever we do at Lions Clubs International. And what we have seen when we talk about the future of service is that more and more, when we talk about enhancing service, we are using virtual meetings, digital fundraising platforms, and online volunteer engagement that is now helping us to reach out to more people effectively and efficiently. At the same time, when we talk about we as Lions, how do we expand our service to meet future needs? While our core causes remain vital, vision, hunger, environment, diabetes, and childhood cancer, we must also prepare for the emerging global challenges. And I'm extremely happy that our international president has already launched the Lions Mental Wellness Program. And together with that, let us also look at new opportunities such as aging populations and, of course, climate-related disasters. This morning and this afternoon and yesterday was an exemplary example of how we as Lions work and cooperate with our partners and governments. And this is so important if we want to stay ahead of this evolving service needs. In fact, when we talk about disaster relief, and we know that disasters have occurred recently, they've occurred in the past, and they're also going to carry on occurring. And what is the future of service as far as disaster relief and humanitarian aid is concerned? It only means that the future lies in being more proactive, planning, and having rapid response capabilities. This morning and this afternoon, I was extremely delighted because many of the speakers spoke about how do we empower the next generation of Lions. In fact, this is so important when we talk about the future of service. Engaging and empowering the next generation all relies on how Lions Clubs is sustainable in attracting and retaining young members. And in fact, we are very fortunate that Lions International is already talking about creating more flexible membership models, mentorship opportunities, and leadership roles for young volunteers. And personally, I firmly believe that that is the right direction that your association, our association, is going forward with. In fact, we have seen the energy of the Leos, the energy of the young Lions over the last 3 days that we have been here. And it only suggests that the energy of Leos and young professionals can revitalize our clubs and ensure our mission continues for generations. Strengthening collaboration for greater impact is another way that we as Lions should look at as an opportunity for the future of service. And not only working with non-governmental organizations, corporate organizations, and other well-wishers, but we also should look at how can we at multiple district level, at our district level, at our zonal level, how can we as Lions create lasting large-scale impact beyond local communities? In fact, I am a firm believer that by leveraging our global network, we can build sustainable solutions that address root causes and not just immediate needs. Lastly, I would also like to share with you that the future of service also relies on how we as Lions are innovative in our fundraising and resource mobilization. In fact, traditional fundraising models must involve crowdfunding, corporate sponsorships, and social enterprise initiatives that can provide sustainable funding for many of our projects and activities that are the future of service. At the same time, our LCIF chairperson this morning spoke so passionately about what our foundation does, and it is upon us as Lions, if we really want to enhance the future of service, let's strengthen Lions Club's International Foundation, and let's support our foundation so our foundation can impact more and more people around the world. At the same time, the future of service also lies on transparency and storytelling. If you have transparency and if you put your stories out there, I can only assure you that fundraising and resource mobilization will become easier for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to share a small story that many of you may have heard many times, but today it is quite relevant as we talk about the future of service. And this story is about a young boy and the boy's father. And on one Sunday morning, they were taking a stroll in the forest. And whilst they were walking on that Sunday morning, the boy stopped under this big tree. And under the tree, there was a tiny little bird that was writhing in pain. The boy picked up the bird and tears started flowing out of the boy's eyes. The boy looked at the father and said, "Dad, what's going to happen to this bird? Will it live or die?" The father thought for a moment and looked into the son's eye and said, "Son, the destiny of this bird is in your hand. You can decide whether it will live or die." The young boy understood what his father was saying, took the bird home, took it to his bedroom, gave food to the bird, gave water to the bird, and after 1 week, on the next Sunday morning, when he woke up, he opened the curtains, opened the window, and the bird happily flew away to its home. Friends, the moral of this story is that the destiny of service is in your hands. The future of service is in your hands, and we as Lions have a commitment as Lions and Leos to make sure that the future of service carries on with the legacy of our association. God bless you all, and thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Vice President Dr. Manoj, for those wonderful remarks. Before we proceed, I would like to call upon the following speakers to please join me in the dais: Leo Wamuyu Kuira, Dr. Rizwana Pirboy, Miss Rosemary Mukasa. talking about the future of service, we would like to share with you a very exciting project that is happening here in Kenya.
Kenya Alliance partnered with Glance from Finland to provide the women in our community with solar cookers.
These communities in rural Africa cannot afford gas. They have to use firewood.
We visited some people in the village and we saw they were really suffering.
And the alternative now is the solar cooker, an LCIF-funded project.
We've given out 30 to different communities.
We actually held training workshops. The ladies could not believe that the sun could cook.
They're easy to use.
Doesn't pollute the environment.
But the biggest benefit that we have seen in the women's groups is empowerment. By cooking cakes, by cooking boiled eggs and selling them in the community.
The solar oven helps feed their families and generates income.
It has really made a difference in their lives.
I am happy to announce that we have an update to share. You know him as Pape. PCC Pape couldn't be here with us today because he's currently in St. Charles, Illinois, USA, serving as an associate group leader at the district governor-elect training. But we are lucky enough to have some remarks from him. Please take a look.
Hello, I'm Past Council Chairperson Rajinder Pape Sembi, and I'm so excited to share an update on our Alliance Solar Cooker project. Since we began our partnership with the Lions of Finland in 2016, I'm so pleased that the project continues to grow and our partnership is really flourishing. To date, we have together donated over 4,000 solar cookers to various communities within Kenya. The project has created a great connection between the Lions of Finland and the Lions of Kenya. But at the same time, it has also caught the attention of lions from all over the world. We have been giving the solar cookers to various communities, spreading the Lions brand with a project that is really making an impact in their lives. When the solar cooker project first began, I was a bit apprehensive at how effective will they be. But when I saw that eggs could be boiled without using water, meat could be roasted in a solar cooker, and that same solar cooker could be used to make delicious fluffy cakes, I knew we were onto a winner. I recall at one of the trainings of the communities, one lady stood up and said, "We use the sun traditionally to dry maize. We never knew that the sun could be used to cook food for our families." That comment really inspired me, and I know that the solar cookers are really making their mark.
Wow, wasn't that great? Our sincere thanks to past Council Chairperson Rajinder Pape Sembi and the entire team of Lions from Kenya and Finland who are involved in this wonderful project. Next, I'd like to welcome a local Leo who will be sharing with us about another initiative that aims to address mental health challenges. Please welcome Leo District President of District 411A, Wamuyu Kwira, whom we all call Ivy.
Well,
this should be fun. I think speaking after lunch should be recommended because everyone is full and they have a bit of energy. Thank you so much. I am Leo Ivy, and I'm here today to speak about the future of service. And for me to be able to do that, allow me to tell you a story. So when I say story, story, you say story come. Story, story. Yes. Once upon a time, there was a girl. Her name was Jacqueline. She was a student at Kipyangak Primary School and a grade 6 student. And on this particular day, something happened. She started her periods. And just like 500 million girls and women all over the world, she did not have period products. So her period soiled through her dress, and her teacher called her out and asked, "Jacqueline, why don't you have period products? You should have been ready. You knew this was going to happen at one point or the other." And it is even allegedly said that her teacher called her dirty and even kicked her out of her class. So as a normal primary school student, this fueled a lot of giggles and laughs from her students, which made her feel very, very bad. Physically, Jacqueline might have been fine, even healthy, considering the fact that she was menstruating, which is a sign of good health. However, the shaming from her teachers and her classmates left a lasting mark on her heart, jeopardizing her mental health. Unable to cope, she went home to her mother and, trying desperately to cover her stained uniform, she walked home. When she arrived at home, she told her mom that she has been sent away from school to go home and clean herself. So Jacqueline took a lasso, which is like a big scarf that women normally use to carry things with, and a bucket. With the lasso and the bucket, she went to the river because that is where they get their water. And her purpose for going to the river was to fetch some water and clean herself up, as she had been told by the teacher. So it took some time. And then her mother was like, it's been a bit of time. Where is Jacqueline? She decided, well, what I'm going to do is I am going to go down to the river and find out what is happening to Jacqueline. So she went. And when she arrived at the river, she found that Jacqueline had hung herself on a tree. Jacqueline committed suicide. And this is not just a story. This is something that happened here in Kenya. My heart goes out to girls like Jacqueline, who are victims of mental health challenges linked directly to period poverty and shaming. I don't know whether you know this, but did you know that 1 in 4 girls all over the world do not have access to period products? In Kenya, 65% of women and girls do not have these products. And very often, this is what they use as alternatives. Number 1, cow skins. 2, leaves. Some use soil, sponges, rags, and even chicken feathers. Yes, every time they slaughter a chicken, they save those feathers so that they can use them during their menstrual cycle, simply because they do not have access to period products. In some cases, this leads to transactional sex for pads, early pregnancies, the spread of HIV, AIDS, and STIs, and most of the times, school dropouts. Girls like Jacqueline are the reason as to why our Leo Club, Keeping a Girl in School, focuses on creating awareness on menstrual health management and providing access to period products. Through partnerships and collaborations, the last Lionistic year as a Leo Club, we were able to serve 22,000 people and distribute more than 50,000 period products. This Lionistic year, yet through an introduction to one of the Lions partners, that is Johnson & Johnson, we are going to be distributing 400,000 pads here in India. This is a partnership between Leos in Kenya and Lions in India. And that right there is the beauty of partnership and service. Today we are talking about the future of service. And here's the thing. The future of our organization lies squarely on Leos. For just a moment, just imagine what could happen if every Lions club in the world sponsored a Leo club. And they did not just sponsor a Leo club. They went ahead to serve together and encourage training of programs. We wouldn't even be talking about Mission 1.5 because at this point, we would have been there, done that. So, every single time when we are feeling a little less motivated to keep being Lions and Leos, please take a moment and think of your why. Because girls like Jacqueline deserve to grow up in a world that embraces period positive conversation, a community that helps end the stigma and the shame that comes around with a normal biological function. And this way, we can all contribute to the prevention of mental health cases and loss of young lives. And the thing is, as an organization, we have a lot of work to do. But I am not here to call upon you as an organization. I'm here to talk to you individually. And we all have a role to play. And it boils down to one question. As a Lion, am I doing my part in sponsoring and mentoring Leo clubs in my district to help them become better service men and women, and maybe even guarantee the future of this organization? And as a Leo, am I serving my community to the best of my abilities? Because we are the future of service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leo Ivy. That was amazing. On behalf of our International President, Fabricio, I would like to present to you a small token of appreciation from him. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Rizwana Pirboy, who is the General Manager of the Lions Sight First Eye Hospital here in Nairobi. She is going to give us an update from the hospital. Dr. Rizwana.
Good afternoon, everyone. After having heard so many compelling speeches, I will tell you a little bit about the future of service in healthcare, where we need to innovate for prevention and community impact. Imagine for a minute, waking up one day, you suddenly find that your sight is actually going away slowly and fading into darkness. Well, that is the reality that millions of people around the world who live with diabetes actually face. This could happen suddenly at any time. The Lions have been leaders for over a century in giving the gift of sight back to people for preventable blindness. So now we have the opportunity to be able to push the barriers even further. The principle being, start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can as we continue to be the Knights of the Blind. Some of the barriers that we have faced is inadequate healthcare systems, some disparities between the rural areas and urban. And as you know, in our developing part of the world, 80% of the people live in the rural setting, where a lot of them don't know that they're afflicted by diabetes or that they have a cataract, which is a reversible blindness. So what happens is that they only come to you when it is often too late. Also, a lot of lack of awareness and a lack of research. A lot of the stuff that is used in our parts of the world is actually based on research and technology developed around trials done with other populations, not necessarily our own. So as a hospital, what have we been doing over the years? We have been having basic community outreach. We have been screening. And with time, as we grow, we have been introducing new technology techniques as we go, and I shall share that with you briefly. This has been the overall horizontal growth since this hospital started 30 years ago when the Lions Club International supported the Lions Club of District 411A to start the Lions Sight First Eye Hospital here in Nairobi, Kenya. We started with outreach camps, cataract surgeries, started identifying cornea diseases and went into eye bank and cornea harvesting, moved into other specialist services. Then suddenly saw the big influx of retina diseases and glaucoma. These conditions are irreversible, as most of us know, because when the optic nerve is damaged, you know that all is lost at this time. Of course, there's a lot of research going on, but a lot of it doesn't work. So as a hospital, we have introduced interventions, early prevention, and one of the critical things that we do in our triage is to check for hypertension and blood sugar for every person coming complaining about their eyes. Diabetes, foot and wound is a comprehensive care that we are offering to our patients because a lot of times this is actually the root cause of the blindness that the hospital is facing. Necessity being the mother of invention, what we have found is there's a lot of technologies that are out in the first world, but a lot of the providers don't have the ability or the capacity to serve us here in this part of the world. So there are oxygen therapies, there are negative pressure therapies that don't come in here. But our doctors at the Lions Sight First Eye Hospital have actually devised and come up with homegrown systems for the same, and we have managed to save 70 amputations, I'm happy to tell you. For our sustainability, equitability, and long-term reproductibility, we're working with telemedicine to reach out promptly. In fact, if you do get an opportunity, we are screening outside, and you will be able to see the apps that we have introduced. As we've mentioned, the oxygen therapy, we are looking at handheld AI-driven tools, which are also out there. So we are able to also gather all our data and do analytical research on the same, a little bit similar to what we mentioned with the Special Olympics data that we have been working with. We have an outreach app for data collection, and this is what we are working with, and I'm happy to say that the hospital was recognized by the government of Kenya as the first private institution that the government accredited for research and training. We're also working on simplistic innovation and life-changing purposes. As we've had some interesting discussions this afternoon, I just want you to take a moment to shut your eyes and imagine with your eyes closed that you're faced to drive, read, and go about your daily work. So if you've taken the test, you can open your eyes. And how do you feel you would have navigated? What change would that bring to you? And this is the challenge a lot of people who have been hit with irreversible blindness are facing. So we are also exploring some low-cost tools that have come out AI-driven, where the eyeglasses are so clever that they're able to identify persons in the room. So they would actually tell the person that there are two people in the room, one male, one female, one sitting to your left, one sitting to your right. Now you can imagine if your eyes are closed and somebody tells you that, I think it's a lot easier. So we hope that there'll be a lot more inclusion, which is one of the principles that we are actually pushing forward on. Of course, we partner with the UNGC, and we have a circular economy. So we are also trying to be very cost effective, because in our part of the world, a lot of the things come in which are very, very expensive, very high taxes. So what happens is the conversion rate to try to pass it on to the community makes it very expensive. However, we have come up with very efficient ways, and we try to reduce the costs as we go. We are also working on sustainability, where we have developed a lens lab where we're making our own eyeglasses, trying to reduce the cost and making it available to the patient on the same day. So patients who come from afar requiring simple prescription glasses can wait for their glasses and take them and go back. We are also doing ENT and hearing, because one of the other outliers, which is based on the technologies that we are using today, is hearing loss, tinnitus, which gives you instability. So these are some of the areas that we are also working on, first for a vertical growth and giving everybody a comprehensive center for care, but also these are avenues for sustainability to run our programs, which are CSR based. This is a little bit of information about where the journey began, which was the gift of sight. And as you can see, we have screened and served over 3 million people. On a yearly basis, we are screening at least 130,000 patients in the outreach. However, we are only able, out of the 10% that we identify for cataract surgeries, do only 50% at this stage because of where they live, how far they are, and sometimes the reachability. Moving along to the future, this is a project with the support of the Lions Clubs International, and we are happy to say this project is underway. We are calling ourselves a project known as Mlinzi wa Afya ya Macho, which is in Kiswahili meaning the guardian of your vision health. And we will be starting to pilot this project at Noriro in partnership with the Lions of USA, and we appreciate that. We will be having portable slit lamps, which are AI-driven, and portable tools that we will be training community health workers who live with the Maasai community, so that we can take patient care to them and make sure that the awareness and interception comes in as early as it does. I think mental health has been mentioned, and in our line of work, mental health is a big concern, both for the patient who is sick and suddenly finds himself diabetic or with a condition that is not reversible, but also to the caregivers, because the caregivers are also stressed. They are distressed because looking after patients requires a lot more effort. So we have actually also started to introduce mental health screening, where for people under 50, we've actually identified quizzes and questionnaires and links which are accredited that we are encouraging people to take so that they can identify their illnesses. On people over 50, we have some biomarker tests that we are also prescribing, such that we can identify and perhaps prevent or prolong with medications that are available. The future of healthcare is not in medicine. It is in the vision that we have to make the world a better place. The Lions and its partners have the power of changing today's challenges into opportunity. So the question remains, will we continue to lead as we have for the next 100 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwana, for that wonderful update. We are so glad that you could be here with us today. Our International President, Fabricio, would like to present to you with a token of appreciation for being here with us today. As I mentioned earlier, the UNON is the home of the United Nations Environment Programme. In the spirit of this focus, let's take a look at an exciting environmental project by a group of dedicated Lions from the Philippines.
our environment needs help. So we need human intervention. And that's why we Lions, we will help.
It all began way back 2021 when the typhoon devastated 80% of the reef.
It destroyed the ocean life. So we researched, we asked the help of divers, marine biologists, and
very difficult task because corals, these are not plants, these are animals, small animals called polyps. And these polyps will put themselves together to become a coral reef.
we researched on what materials to use, what kind of chemicals that might affect or not affect the oceans. And yeah, we did this. The artificial reef is an original design that consists of 4 modules that are deployed onto the ocean floor. The divers move the sections into place to form a pyramid. Nearby coral is planted on the new structure that over time will continue to grow and thrive. For the lions that are not scuba divers, coral can be attached to small structures near the shore. Once complete, the divers take these newly seeded reefs into deeper water where they continue to grow.
Our Lions Club create this structure so that we can help the environment.
It is a big thing for us because the Lions provides us the divers, the volunteers, and financial support. There's a huge impact.
We have seen that it grew even like millimeters, but it has grown. So it will take a long time. So we start now for the future to enjoy.
Spread the word, support, and be concerned about our coral reef.
Here to share with us a perspective on how service can impact our environment, both now and into the future, please welcome Ms. Rosemary Mukasa, Head of Monitoring in UNEP's Policy and Program Division.
Thank you very much. Lions International President, distinguished Lions and Leos, ladies and gentlemen. The United Nations Environment Programme is delighted to participate in the 47th Annual Lions Day with the United Nations here in Nairobi, which is in fact the environment capital of the world. We celebrate a fruitful partnership of over 75 years as part of the United Nations between Lions International and the United Nations. And our theme today, the future of service, is a critical one for our times. And if we could move to the next slide, please. After this introduction, I'll briefly highlight the work of UNEP and the synergies, some of the synergies with Lions International. I'll also emphasize the urgency of service for people and planet, and highlight some of what we think are opportunities for service and synergies. Next slide. So UNEP is the leading global authority on environment. Our mission is to inspire, inform, and enable nations and peoples to improve their quality of life without compromising that of future generations. And I think this resonates very well with the Leos. For over 50 years, UNEP has worked with governments, civil society, the private sector, UN entities, to address humanity's most pressing environmental challenges, from restoring ozone, the ozone layer to protecting the world's seas and water bodies and lakes, addressing pollution and waste, restoring ecosystems, and we just saw a wonderful example of the work that you are doing in that, but also addressing land degradation and promoting green and inclusive economies. So UNEP is driving transformational change by drilling down to the root causes of the three planetary environmental crises: the crisis of climate change, the crisis of nature, biodiversity, and land loss, and the crisis of pollution and waste. And through cutting-edge science, coordination, and advocacy, UNEP supports its 193 members to achieve sustainable development goals and to live in harmony with nature. And our work includes helping countries to transition to low-carbon economies, to low-carbon and resource-efficient economies. We strengthen environmental governance and law, safeguard ecosystems, and provide evidence-based data to inform policy decisions. And this slide really just summarizes we call it the cube. It summarizes programmatic areas of work, first in line with our current medium-term strategy and our strategic objectives, the three strategic objectives that we have are climate stability, living in harmony with nature, and towards a pollution-free planet. In our work, we have 7 sub-programs, and these consist of 3 what we call thematic sub-programs. That one deals with climate action, another with nature action, another with pollution action. 2 foundational sub-programs deal with science policy and environmental governance, and then 2 enabling sub-programs deal with finance and economic transformations and digital transformations. A lot has been said about AI and the opportunities that the technology provides, and we are harnessing these for the environment. Okay, so here, as we want to move a little bit to some of the synergies, and we see that really our work resonates with the Lions International, because all over the world we see Lions and Leos are working to protect the environment, to create healthier communities and a more sustainable world. We welcome the fact that UNEP is one of the 5 pillars that you have embraced as Lion International, and we hope that it will stay that way. We also note that among your service areas, in this area, you've included tree planting and tree care, environmental cleanup and restoration, recycling and waste management, environmental awareness, education and advocacy, clean water and sanitation. And these really resonate very well with what we are doing at UNEP. So we need to build on this firm foundation and work together to strengthen these synergies and reach more communities. And this need has never been more urgent. The world is not on track to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. And here we have to point out that the ones that are key to the environment are lagging behind the others. As I've said before, the 3 planetary environmental crises, climate change, nature, biodiversity loss, and pollution and waste are intensifying despite our best efforts. So on the next slide, I have a quote here from then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to the Lions Club International Convention at your 100th anniversary celebration back then in 2016. And I just want to read it because it's so relevant, then as now. In fact, it's even more relevant now, in my view. In this time of considerable social, economic, humanitarian, and environmental challenge, we need common effort for the common good. The altruism embodied by Lions Club is a constant reminder of the tremendous potential for mutual support that exists among humanity. By working together, we can create a world of dignity and opportunity for all. So in today's world, with so much turmoil and so, such grave uncertainty, and with what Dr. Jackson earlier referred to as, being subjected to relentless, cruel winds, I think the importance of service cannot be overemphasized. So, how can we better assist underserved populations and achieve the SDGs? The good news is with every crisis, there comes some opportunities. So in the next slide, I just want to highlight some of the ones that we see. As a small organization with a huge mandate, UNEP works through partnerships, and partnerships have been emphasized a lot today to reach places and people that it would not otherwise reach. So we greatly value partnerships with organizations, especially like Lions, that really work with communities and reach people on the ground. UNEP applauds the fact that Lion service ideas include, some of the things that we are working on: the Billion Tree Campaign, the UN Decade of Restoration, and it also includes commemorating international days relating to the environment in areas of land and soil, wetlands, wildlife. So I think that there's a great scope, to build on some of these foundations and all the work that you're already doing. So there's great scope for strong, innovative, and effective partnerships that promote equitable and inclusive progress for all, building on these synergies that already exist in the work that both organizations do. And some of the things that could be done is UNEP does a lot of science. So one of the things that would be helpful is if you increase the uptake and use of UNEP science, tools and data that is by all stakeholders. So this includes trailblazing scientific assessments, and you hear a lot of those during the UNFCCC meetings on climate change. They include reports, they include digital tools. It's also important to step up support and action for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, especially the environment goals. And these, like I said, many are lagging behind. And here we're looking at goals like life below water, life on land, climate action, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, and sustainable consumption and production patterns. So the SDGs are integrated, but again, there's also some that have an environmental dimension that we really hope that you would get involved, more involved in trying to get us past the line for 2030. So we also request you to engage in conversations and collaborations that are driving real change around the world, and Lions is a really influential organization. Speak up for environmental issues in your sphere of influence. And as we know, in some places, things are, policies are changing, so we really need support for people to speak out. Share your feedback on what is needed and on the lessons that you learn from the projects that you implement. Also use your influence to help scale up successful pilot projects. And yes, as we do in UNEP, of course, we also encourage greening gatherings. And one that isn't there but should be there is also engaging and empowering the young generation, and this you're doing already. So I end with a slide on synergies. I think that the power of collaboration cannot be overstated. By continuing to leverage the synergies in our work, we can maximize our impact, drive innovation, and create meaningful solutions. As we've seen in the presentation, our areas of intersection present incredible opportunities to reach and enhance our effectiveness, to reach more people, enhance our effectiveness, and to serve both people and planet in a more sustainable and transformative way. At UNEP, we are available for follow-up action on how we can strengthen service for people and planet in collaboration with you. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Rosemary, and we are so glad that you could be here with us today. On behalf of our International President Fabricio, I would like to present to you with a small token of our appreciation.
Okay.
May I request our International President, LCF Chairperson, Third International Vice President, Dr. Danz and Dr. Moyes to please come back on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of our program today. Please welcome back our International President, Fabricio Oliveira, for his closing remarks.
Obrigado, Chairperson Chezan Luha, por presidir o evento de hoje.
Thank you, Chairperson Shezan Luhar, for presiding today's event.
Obrigado aos embaixadores da ONU, aos nossos palestrantes, aos dirigentes signatários leões e aos ilustres convidados por estarem aqui hoje.
Thank you to our UN ambassadors, our speakers, Lions dignitaries, and distinguished guests for being here with us today.
E um agradecimento especial aos nossos leões e leões pelo comprometimento inabalável que têm com o serviço e com a marca que estamos deixando no mundo.
And a special thank you to our Leos and Lions for their unwavering commitment to service and the mark they are making in the world.
Como leões, somos mais do que meros cidadãos.
As Lions, we are more than just citizens.
Somos um movimento, uma família global dedicada a ajudar o próximo.
We are a movement, a global family dedicated to helping others.
A nossa parceria de 80 anos com a ONU é um símbolo do compromisso global de servir que todos nós compartilhamos.
Our 80-year partnership with the UN is a symbol of the global commitment to service that we all share.
Quando sairmos daqui hoje, espero que sintam o espírito de servir revigorado e renovado para que possamos trabalhar por um futuro ainda mais brilhante para o Lions e para o mundo.
When we leave here today, I hope that your spirit of service will be invigorated and renewed so that we can work toward an even brighter future for Lions and the world.
É importante que todos nós nos lembremos de que o futuro do serviço não é algo pelo qual apenas ficamos esperando.
It's important for all of us to remember that the future of service is not something we just wait for.
É algo que criamos todos os dias, com cada ato de servir e cada novo associado.
It's something we create every day with every act of service and every new member.
Cada passo que damos constrói o futuro que vislumbramos.
Every step we take builds the future we envision.
E não importa o quanto o mundo mude, a essência do nosso serviço permanece a mesma.
And no matter how much the world changes, the essence of our service remains the same.
Ela se refere à conexão humana,
It's about human connection,
à solidariedade que demonstramos,
the solidarity we show,
às vidas que tocamos e aos vínculos que criamos.
the lives we touch, and the bonds we create.
O futuro do serviço será brilhante graças a vocês e a todos nós.
The future of service will be bright because of you, because of all of us.
Vamos continuar convidando outras pessoas a se juntarem a nós no serviço.
We will continue to invite others to join us in service,
encarando os desafios com bondade,
facing the challenges of the future with kindness.
a determinação e o otimismo que são a marca registrada dos leões.
With determination and optimism, which are the hallmarks of lions.
Por isso, é nosso dever e uma forma de deixarmos a nossa marca juntos.
So this is our duty and a way to make our mark together.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, International President. Before you take your seat, I would like you to please come down on the floor. We have some special presentations for you to make.
Eu gostaria de convidar os dirigentes executivos para se juntar a mim nestas apresentações.
I like to invite not working. Executive officers to please join me for this presentation.
At this juncture, our international president would like to recognize certain individuals who have played a pivotal role in helping organize this Lions Day with the United Nations event and the pre- and post-service activities this week. Our international president would like to present his leadership medals to the following individuals. The first leadership medal is being presented to a Lion for her dedication to the Lion Sight First Eye Hospital and for spearheading the Sight for Kids program She is from Lions Club Nairobi, Phoenix. Please welcome Lion Tanvi Shah. The second medal is being presented to another lion from the Lion Sight First Eye Hospital who has dedicated more than 2 decades in providing service and spearheading the Lion Sight First outreach camps all over Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, from Lions Club Nairobi South, please welcome Lion Peter Ndwiga. From the Lion Sight First Eye Hospital, who is providing leadership to the entire hospital as a general manager. From Lions Club Nairobi Greater, please welcome Lion Rizwana Pirboy. Our international president would now like to present his highest award, which is the International President's Medal. The first recipient of this medal is the Multiple Council Chairperson from Multiple District 411, Engineer Dr. Dance Naturinda. The next two presidential medals are being presented to the following individuals who have been instrumental in providing service, leadership, and most importantly, support to their spouses to ensure that they do not leave any stone unturned. The first presidential medal is being presented to a lion all the way from Delaware, USA, who is leading a team of more than 30 lions from all over the world for the Global Service Week here in Kenya, and followed by another 10 days of service activities in Morocco. From Multiple District 22, Delaware, please welcome Lion Jessica Graham Elkins. And the final presidential award is being presented to an individual who has been the greatest support to me, the Global Service Week team, and the organizing committee in planning this wonderful LDUN event, amongst others. I must admit that as an event chairperson, I wouldn't have done this without her. Please welcome my spouse, Lion Misbaan Luhar. Thank you. Executive officers, you can take your seat.
Rose, claro que eu gostaria de reconhecer todos os membros do comitê anfitrião com as nossas medalhas presidenciais.
I'd like to, of course, to present my presidential medal to all the members of the host committee for the amazing job they did.
Lamentavelmente, nós temos uma limitação para outorgar medalhas, mas todos vocês que se inscreveram para este evento têm o meu PIN de lapela presidencial. Está na sua pasta.
Unfortunately, we have a limitation on the number of medals. However, in your bags, everybody has my pin, my presidential pin.
No entanto, nós não poderíamos deixar de reconhecer o principal líder deste evento, que é o PDG Chezan, que coordenou todo este evento. Então, eu quero reconhecer com a minha medalha presidencial por todo o seu trabalho e sua dedicação e convido os dirigentes executivos para se juntar a mim para fazer a entrega deste prêmio.
But of course, we could not stop here because I want to recognize the main leader of this event, PDG Sazan, who was a wonderful coordinator and had a very successful event with the Presidential Medal for his hard work and dedication.
Eu também gostaria de convidar a presidente do Distrito Léo para vir até aqui.
I'd like to invite also the president of the Leo district to come over here, please.
What? Oh, please.
Right here. Coming here. Next to Dr. Hakim.
I would like to give you my presidential banner. Congratulations for your good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is for you too. You have my key? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I will send for you.
Thank you, International President Fabricio. And also thank you to all our Lions and Leo volunteers and the staff from Lions Club's International Headquarters for your support at this event. Please give them all a round of applause. This was truly a fantastic event, and I have been honored to serve as your Director of Ceremonies. DC, just a few announcements before we all leave this hall. For those who have registered to attend our celebration dinner, please join us at the Trademark Hotel, second floor at 7 p.m. Please carry your dancing shoes as we are going to have lots of dancing fun and a delicious dinner. The dinner vouchers were behind your name badge, so please make sure that you carry those vouchers and present as you enter. For all other delegates, when you entered, you were given a badge from the United Nations. Please release that badge as you walk out to our Leo volunteers who are standing there. They will collect these badges from you. Except for those who came with the vehicles, you will hand the badges and collect your documents on exit. If anyone has any questions, comments, or suggestions, we would like to hear from you. Please email us on ldun@lionsclubs.org. However, if there is anyone who has left his identity card at the gate while coming in this morning, please carry your badge back to the gate and collect your document. Before we go, once again, please welcome the Sarakasi dancers for a grand finale performance. And please also feel free to join them on the dance floor. Sarakasi.
Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri hakuna matata. Nchi ya kupendeza nchi ya maajabu hakuna matata. Nchi ya maajabu hakuna matata. Masai Mara hakuna matata. Kule Amboseli hakuna matata. Karibu Kenya hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Sema jambo, jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Sema jambo, jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Nchi ya kupendeza, hakuna matata. Nchi ya maajabu, hakuna matata. Karibu Kenya, hakuna matata. Masai Mara, Amboseli, kule Mombasa, karibu Kisumu, Kericho yetu, karibu Nakuru, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Tucheze ngoma, ngoma za wana Kenya. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna Kenya nchi nzuri, Kenya nchi nzuri, nchi ya kupendeza, hakuna matata. Nchi ya maajabu. Hea, 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 hea. Hea, 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 hea. Hea, hea, we are here. Hea, 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 hea. Yeah. Shake, shake, you shake, you shake, you shake, you shake. Touch your head, shoulder, waist. You shake, you shake, you shake, you shake. Shake your shoulder, shake your shoulder, shake your shoulder, shake your shoulder. Right hand up, turn round, turn round, turn round, you turn round. Aha! Right leg, left leg, right leg, left, right, left, right, left. Yeah. Balance the ball, balance the ball. Balance the ball, balance the ball. balance the ball, balance the ball. I take the ball, I put it here, I pay better, I pay better, I pay better, I pay better. Balance the ball, balance the ball. Balance the ball, balance the ball. Balance the ball, balance the ball. I take the ball, I put it here, I pay better, I pay better, hey, I pay better, I pay better. Hey, look for the ball, I look for the ball, hey, look for the ball, I look for the ball, I look for the ball, I look for the ball. Yeah, balance the ball, balance the ball. Balance the ball, balance the ball. I take the ball, I take it here, I pay better, I pay better, I pay better, I pay better. I look for the ball, I look for the ball, I look for the ball. I walk around, I look for the ball.